fellow armchair generals, meaning generals who don't actually go into the field, who play war games. Hello, everyone. This is, of course, Gamer 1745. For those few that will be, well, it depends on the time and what's going on. So we'll be watching the VODs versus the episodes and all that good stuff. That's actually pretty decent progress for Russia. Japan's doing okay-ish. I mean, they're early, but October. Not super early, so this isn't terrible, but no real chance of... Well, we could try to... I don't think I will, but rush something down to try to hold Singapore. They have the ships in the area. Speedo boats be able to go out and roll. Guys, oh, they're going to... No, they transported some forces to Manila. They don't need to go back there anymore, so we need to get them out of the Reuben James. Get them out over to here before the balloon goes up. Anybody know what that referred to originally? These posts below. No prizes to win or anything, but just the honor of showing off your super talent or super knowledge. Let me just quickly here. I want to get. I do. Okay, now who? Yeah, son. Hello, Mr. Duck. How you doing today? That's good. The world is getting ready to explode. Maybe both in current day and back in 1941. Yeah. Okay, well let's make an episode. Hello, fellow armchair generals. This is, of course, Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2. Now, I want to say I'm sorry for not really putting too many videos up, just a few last week. So this will be the week after by the time I'm going up with this. Just things, and no great excuses. Just things got in the way, and I didn't make too many videos, and the few extra that I had just didn't get up there. So but really do appreciate all who watch, and I really do hate to disappoint people who don't, you know, don't have their entertainment that they want, including Lawless. You know, Lawless is a long-time viewer here. Got a haircut. Well, I'm doing good. It's been quite a while since I've had a haircut. My hair's longish. I want to get it shorter, just haven't gone to the barber recently. I've never really liked going to the barber, but yeah, a little something about me. Okay, now I want to thank Son for posting multiple posts over time, and he's really suggesting that I should have a base, not a modified, but a base of 500 ICs to fight the two-front war. And I'm not disagreeing with that at all, as being what should be. I am not going to, at the moment, now, you know, make mistakes, certainly I do, start putting in ICs. Probably should, like I say. Why am I not? Well, one, I don't plan on fighting a two-front war right off the bat. I'm sending some of my forces that are still around here. Well, let's see if we can find a decent general. That's what we can. Patton? No. Devers? I don't know Devers. All these things. I'm planning on trying to come in here and reinforce the British, maybe help them with Ethiopia. And yes, you could call that a front, but I'm not a theater front level type two-front war. I'm looking at just sort of getting, you know, stabilizing the British a bit, if you will. But open up the Coke here. You know, you look at the people, you know, the Americans in 1939, they see world tensions increasing. I mean, obviously, even before that. But even they are not like, oh, well, of course there's going to be a world war, you know, as opposed to, oh, I don't know, you know, just a Franco-German war or something, you know, fought for a few years and it's just sort of, you know, isolated or something like that. Or whatever that might be, or there might be even no war. But they realize that world tensions are coming up higher and that there can be an outbreak of war. And obviously in 39 there is an outbreak of war. Not yet, in my opinion, classified as a, you know, because it's a Anglo-Franco-German war that breaks out in 39. You sort of put the Soviets, yeah, well, whatever. And so with that, they do start a naval building program. And then, you know, obviously Pearl Harbor happens in December of 41. And America really then starts a massive naval building program. And they don't know, hello, Adam Ostland, how you doing? Son, just mentioning you. Yeah, good to have you here. And I'm not disagreeing with your requirement to have a base ICs of 500. I think that is maybe very correct, or likely very correct. Yeah, another European war. Yeah, a European war doesn't necessarily have to, and especially if you're looking at America at the time, because yes, they got into World War I, and having America in there moved it from the Great War, because it was, you know, more than just a Franco-Prussian War version 2 or something, into a world war, because China and Japan were participants in the war particularly, so that really makes it a world war, not just America. But obviously not all of the American, you know, Latin American states were in it or whatever, but there, you know, so much of the world was. But America could look back in the history of seeing exactly what is virtually a world war. I mean, it happens all over the globe. sort of kind of getting that, not really down to Antarctica, but out into, because there's, you know, attacks on whaling fleets and whatnot down in the South Atlantic. You know, it's the Napoleonic Wars, and America is drawn into that with against the British at that time. And then you do have things like the Franco-Prussian War. So there's no like, oh, hey, big European war, America must get into it mentality. But there's definitely a no longer, oh, hey, that treaty of limitations on the types and numbers and sizes of ships and all these kind of limitations, that's gone. So they start scrapping that. And, you know, once Japan attacks America, America really starts on a naval building program. And they end up canceling a lot of ships, starting, you know, maybe sort of 45. But a lot of the carriers, a lot of the stuff you see is coming out. You know, is getting launched in 44, in 45, because it just takes 2-3 years to build some of these battleships and carriers, and not that it's like started in 40, because you're virtually starting everything in 42. 2 years, you know, okay, that's 44, 45. And I did not want America to be in that position. I am not sure how they're going to handle, because I've honestly not played. I don't know if there's going to be some sort of scripted, and I know somebody who, you know, if you have, you can tell me, but you don't need to. If there's going to be some sort of scripted removing of my battleships, here we go, and the other battleship group down here. You know, auto sinking the Arizona and whatnot. So worried a bit about that, you know, that it's going to be sunk. And so I want this fleet, and I don't even have anywhere near enough naval aircraft to put. I actually have a group of CVLs up here that have no naval aircraft sitting on them, with Spruance commanding them. So these are just going to sit in port now, but, well, naval aircraft are much faster to build than ships. So I wanted a lot of ships to be able to start the war in the naval sense with, you know, significant fleets and or, you know, because here we can look at these battleships. They're coming in April, June, August of 43, and we're not even, you know, done with 41 yet, and these guys are halfway built. Some of these other heavy cruisers obviously would be a lot, maybe just as the war starting, coming in. And yes, we have some of these carriers, and I built a lot of carriers, so might not have made the best choice, but I'm not planning on doing a mad rush into the European theater. It's not quite put the European theater second, because I am planning on, if we're doing okay in the Pacific, sending a lot of these fleets in and around Europe and making sure we're containing the Germans. And hello, Arno. My friend Arno is here and is monitoring. If you're just watching later on YouTube, I am simulcast streaming onto Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter even. There's a live, you can watch me live and listen live on Twitter right now, or later. I mean, it stays there. And later, because I don't yet have, at least not connected ability through Restream, though to some people it's opened up to be able to do live, I think, on Rumble. But you can, of course, and all of my videos get mirrored up over on Rumble. So I do have, and those views are smaller. They're like, I don't know, a lot of them are 7 or 20 or whatever views on a video over on Rumble. But at least I'm there and supporting alt tech and having alternative ways other than some of the big ones to view it. And so if you're on any of those other platforms watching now or in future, please say hi, because when Arno says hi, now I don't get the immediate feedback on during the live stream from Twitter, which, you know, they had Periscope, and they bought Periscope and they killed Periscope over there. And oh man, those Twitter people seem to want to do everything they can to destroy their platform. Because I believe with Periscope, you could see popped up on your screen people's live comments that you could read. But to the best of my knowledge, there is none of that with Twitter streaming. And there's definitely no abilities to see that through the restream, but there should be if they kept up Periscope. But they were stupid. People on Twitter are stupid. Maybe I should just say people are stupid. Would that be better, Arno? Just say people are stupid. Okay, so let's go not super fast because we're nearing the war. I know means it's going to take. Okay, so now what we're going to do here is with these, those are bombers. Let's put these here. We're going to get a few more. Well, we can figure out it. No, we don't have very good. Okay, night fighters. I don't know. Other historical base. I'm more willing to use, and these are these guys, old guys here. No, they weren't fighter commanders, I don't think, at that age. Even generals. Okay, we'll put him in. I'm more because I don't like using the what I believe are truly fictitious, as opposed to just simply didn't take the time to find the photo of images with playing as Germany, because myself a bit. I mean, there's 100 or so, but also other people that have, including Revolver Held, have added a lot of command presence to Germany, so I'd rather not have the fictitious ones. Hello, Virgo28, good to have you here. Glad everyone's saying hi to him. And hello, ZZ over on Twitch. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well, Virgo. Have you ever played other Paradox games? Oh, son, yes. Before I ever really heard of Paradox way back in the old days, I bought, in the stores, because you really didn't have online buying of games back then, Universalis. Not one, just the base. I mean, eventually it becomes called one, but that, and I played the hell out of the original Europa Universalis. Played the hell out of that game. And then 2, I played the hell out of the, EU2, played the hell out of that game. Didn't play much of 3, and I've only played a bit of 4, mostly with multiplayer on EU. I played a little bit of CK2. Played a bunch, and I actually have, I don't know, like 20 I have a bunch of released episodes for Imperator Rome, or a bunch of released episodes for Imperator Rome. I have maybe like 20 unreleased, because they were just doing so bad viewer wise, with after the final, what ends up being the final DLC release for it. Now finally gets the game to where it should have been at release, which I actually think when they stopped development for it, and it's gotten such a bad reputation, people aren't playing it by that point. I understand that. But it's actually gotten good. Not great or anything. Not very good. Just good. Better than okay. Imperator Rome. Played that. So, oh yeah, I've played other Paradox games for sure. So, you can, if you want to check out my channel, just look around and go to the playlists, and you'll see playlists for other Paradox games. So, but yeah, end of quote, repeat. Yeah, lying. Yeah. Well, um, I know politics has always been, way back to whenever, a tribal sport, and you sort of pick your tribes. And you may love all of Biden's policies, every single one of them. You may think that they're the best possible policies that a an American president could have, or anyone. Maybe you think that you're not actually a Marxist or whatever, but you think he's the best possible of everything. Policies that he has, but you can't really anymore, in my opinion, think that he's mentally all there. So we have the leader who doesn't know what country he's talking about often, who's supposedly leading this country. Now you're going to presume, well, of course, the defense secretary, which I don't know if you looked into the man at all, scary, or the other cabinet ministers are actually really running the government, because I actually know that there's people that sort of go back to, maybe, I don't know, to Wilson or FDR or something, that they want Mr. Drew, the government administrator, to sort of run the government and have sort of cabinet governments, meaning specialists in each area, the agricultural department and then the, defense department or whatever, and each run their own sort of administrative policies, untethered to political parties and whatnot. And so elected leaders really aren't important. There is a whole belief system around that as being the best governance, and that these departments should, not that they always do, but should be, internally grooming their people and picking the ones that, of course, have the right agricultural policies, administers, programs, viewpoints, or whatever are picked, because they just promote those guys internally and push out the other ones, and just have government that way, not right or left or this party or this other party, but just want to have an administrative government that is largely unaccountable, because hey, they're the best people to run the program. They know it because they're in charge. And there's people that believe that, so they don't care what the political leadership does. And you can see this a lot at this time in like 1941, because you'll have I think it was like one of the people that France, the State Department offices, still having not putting up FDR's picture on the wall, putting up whoever was before. I'm blanking on it right now. And sort of ignoring FDR's policy because they're running their own State Department policies, and because they know better than this American elected president, who may be great at running America, but doesn't know foreign policy, doesn't know how these Europeans do things, and they're just doing all the wrong stuff as they see it. So they sort of run their own foreign policies, in a practical sense, back then. And now they eventually, as the war really happens and everything explodes, they'll get finally pushed out. But yeah, no, Biden ain't all there, people. And that should be scaring the shit out of you if you don't realize it. I mean, Putin, hey, he's just I almost said madman. No, Putin isn't a madman. He's a Machiavellian power grabber, I think would be a reasonably good. Smart guy, yeah. So I think Putin is rational. I mean, I don't agree with him. This isn't like, hey, Gamer thinks he's good. No. He's a bad guy, but he's not crazy. He thought he was going to have a quick victory in Ukraine and grab territory. But, if that's scaring Europe, that shouldn't, because that's rational. We got Mr. He's not home in Biden. Again, you can love him, you can hate Trump, and you can hate the Republicans and think the Democrats are the greatest political party, and make sure that you have your nice picture of a guy with a beard in your Twitter bio, but also think you need to put he, him in there just to make sure that people didn't realize the guy with the photo of you and with the beard on is a man, because you're of that persuasion of gotta fit in with that crowd, and that's the right thing to do. Truly believe that. You can tell I don't, but you can truly believe that. But you can't keep saying, I know you don't want to admit it out loud, but you can't keep saying that Biden isn't some, there with mental problems. Just got into Vicky 2. I think its economic system is deeper than Hoy. Well, very well could be. I have Vicky 2, I think. I've never really played it. They're coming out with Vicky 3, but you don't get to manage the armies and wars in Vicky 3, I hear. It's just sort of you tell the computer what you want to do. Abe's assassination was tragic, absolutely. Shinzo Abe, I heard about it within an hour or so, I believe, of the event, happening. And they were at first, they didn't want to admit that he was dead until they got him to the hospital and couldn't revive him. But I gather he had, shot and hit in the heart. So he was giving life signs. So it was probably almost instantaneous, or within a minute or a minute or two, literally, if not instantaneous. But yeah, there's a lot to say about that. It was a political assassination. No, I don't think sponsored by a particular government or a particular movement, maybe, but I don't know, because there are certain cults that have been functioning in Japan for years now, which I know very little about, but periodically they raise their ugly head. That could be an element here. I don't know if the Japanese people want to admit that. If it was, and the guy was definitely supposedly, according to the statements that I've seen translations of, and I don't know if any of these are even said, but supposedly he said he was mad at Abe or whatever, but not against him politically. I guess meaning like ideologically. Meaning just like maybe it's being mismanagement, like hey, I'm on your side but you effed up, or I don't know. I don't know, or whether it's just all people hearing statements as the guy's being tackled and hauled off and mishearing them and whatnot. I don't know. I obviously don't know more than what I'm hearing on little news snippets. I think it's a big shock to Japan, because Japanese people, the way their society now it shouldn't be, but they are in ways more comfortable than a lot of the rest of the world, because they've gone back into an isolationist period, even harder with COVID. They feel that they are isolated from the world's problems because of their geographical location. They have a very interesting cultural outlook. I'm fascinated by the Japanese. I've been for a long time. I mean, since probably before many of you were born. So don't, I was a weeb, if you will, before there was the term, 20 or 30 years before the term. Fascinated by Japanese culture. Not being Japanese, but just fascinated by it. It's going to be a shock to the system. But if you look back in the 50s and 60s, there were several assassination attempts with knives. And hey, in I think it was 1934, the Democratic lead, they always want to state use, especially leading up to and then during World War II. Always want to use Democratic. That's what they're still using to this day. God damn. Representative government is great. Democracies are chaos, people. And what a lot of these democratic people are just want people's. We all get together and agree that socialism is best. Of course, yes. Now we're totalitarians. Hitler, democratically elected Hitler. Does that make it better somehow? I don't know. But the sort of democratically elected prime minister of Japan who was an anti-interventionist in China guy, that's the important bit, was assassinated by army officers. So you have that history of political assassinations in Japan. And hey, you go back to like the Shogun period and before, so you have that. Japan just doesn't want to see it. So I think it's going to be a big shock. I don't know how much it's sunk in yet with the Japanese people, but it's going to be a big shock, I think. Sorry if I'm not typing a lot. Gamer, I have open beta, so I want to play it. Okay, no problem, no problem. Do you support an intervention economy where the government supports industries, or laissez-faire economy where they just leave things just work normally? Intervention in the economy. This is a complex. I know you can go the Austrian economics and TIK who promotes all this stuff and markets. Well, if you have because there's all elements to an economy if you look at it, but if you have a water company that provides water to a city, to your nation, whatever, because it depends on the size of nations or whatever. You don't want to have 4 or 5 sets of pipes running, to your house that you hook up to the to the one you want, who's going to provide the cleanest water or the cheapest water or the best water, whatever it is. You want to have one water infrastructure, and whether it is privately held or government held, but that's all part of the economy, because right now California is in long-term drought, and people use, I think, let me just say, it's probably less than 20%. And we have a huge population, and most of it is down here, where it's dry, where most of the water is up here in the mountains, generated on, with snow and ice and whatever, and then it takes the whole summer to slowly melt down. We're also importing this river, the Colorado River here. This is the Colorado River. Yes, it's all America, your United States. So this last little bit doesn't flow to the ocean anymore, people. It stopped flowing to the ocean. No longer goes to the ocean. Not because of global warming, but because of canals and whatnot moving water into Arizona, being taken up by Las Vegas, and being taken up by California. So basically it no longer goes to Mexico. But again, it's America's water, really. It's not like the reverse, or somehow it dips into America and America's stealing it, but it no longer really flows to the ocean. But it's mostly agricultural, and it's been hurting huge amounts. Let me go over to this view. This Central Valley here, if it had enough water, can produce so much food, and it used to produce more than it does now, and it is a massive food center, and it is quite capable of being much better now, because like right now, and California doesn't import most of its water. No, not most of its water. Now, Southern California gets most of its water from Northern California, and there's a huge aqueducts coming down. But now a lot of its water it does bring in, but not most. Hello, Joseph Smith, and hello, Paulette. I find it weird how nonchalant the shooter is. Yeah, well, yeah, that's sort of weird, and I've seen the video. But shooters are sort of that way. If you look at like the shooting of RFK, Robert Kennedy, John Kennedy's younger brother, Sirhan. It's, he's just in the crowd pointing up there. You can also sort of like look at the, I think I've only ever seen still footage, but of, clearly of the shooter, like shooting Pope John Paul II. Yeah, they sort of look that way. It's Operation Torch in 42, Adam. Well, okay, I was going over this a little bit. First, I'm doing a heavy, I want to try to save the Philippines and take out the Japanese fleet. I'm planning on sending sending either to Egypt or down to Ethiopia to help the British out and slowly building up my army. So I don't know how quickly I'll have enough forces, our military forces for a naval invasion. So it may be even later. We'll see. But sorry, to get back to California. Like we can see right now, because of EU, I understand EU-based reducing of nitrogen or something. The Dutch, who are a agricultural export, or wanted to shut down some farms, and that's gotten the entire Dutch agricultural community basically in a rebellion, I would say. I don't know if some of our resident Dutch people want to describe it more clearly, but and that they're shooting it. Maybe at well, people are driving it. The police are shooting at tractors. I saw the video. But food production isn't necessarily the problem. Food delivery may be the problem, and yes, we're heading towards famine because of some of this stuff. California and the reason that they're trying to reduce these nitrogen emissions or whatever is because of the global warming crowd. Why are you worried about global warming? Oh, to protect the earth. So why don't we just everybody then take bullets up, strangle ourselves and remove humanity from the planet, and then the planet can heal. I don't fucking care about the planet. I care about humanity. Now, of course, if you pollute the planet to where it's unlivable, it's going to hurt humanity. So there's a balance, but the balance as on the tipping board, when you're balancing things out, I'm going to balance towards what I think is the immediate benefit of humanity, while not extremely polluting or destroying the environment for future generations. But today's humanity is more important now than possible humanity down the road, because we may find solutions in the future. Well, these same people, for various quote-unquote environmental reasons, often put around supposedly endangered species, supposedly microspecies, shall we say, sometimes little animals, but just meaning something that a sort of subspecies of something that's around here, that they've not allowed more damming to be done in California. So when it does rain, there's a lot of, they could do a lot of catch dams that would catch, a lot of relatively smallish dams, but would catch lots of water, not disrupt the environment any significantly, I would say, in my opinion, and capture a lot more water instead of letting it run, and because it runs out into the ocean. It's not like, it's just going to the underground aquifers. No, it's just running to the ocean. The ocean has plenty of water in it, last I checked, and it's further than I can throw a stone right now from the ocean that I am, but I live not that far from the ocean, so there's plenty of water out there, and the water levels aren't changing, so we could have a few more dams. But so get back to managed economy. Well, when you're managing the water supply, and so I don't want market forces managing my water, because and it is part of the economy, because we could, and they've shut down a lot of farms in this very fertile area, and we're not talking about some of the farms that are mainly run off of aquifer, and there is a danger of that, is that they're pumping it, from deep underground. Economically, it's been cheap enough to pump, energy has been cheap enough to pump it out from deep underground, and you'll see these big farms you fly over that are literally circles, because they have a sprinkling system that's on wheels that makes a big circle, and that's the only thing that they can keep watered well enough to grow a commercial crop of whatever. So you see these green circles, and unless it gets too cold in the winter, it can, because it's sunny all the rest of the time, so spring, winter, and fall, otherwise the seasons don't matter so much. I mean, it matters a bit, but not so much. But they can keep these things going, and these are all farms running out of the aquifer out in Arizona areas. You can see them if you fly over, particularly. These are a bit different farms. They don't use that, and it's more natural. And they are limiting how much you can pump out of the ground here. So you're making decisions to reduce farming, fine. But I don't want it to be a market situation. Is how much is the farmer going to pay versus how much the person who lives in an apartment that goes to work, whether they've killed all the industry by over-regulating various things here in California. So we become a service economy in California that used to be an industrial economy. Again, not too far from what had been a Douglas, and then is still existing as a Boeing aircraft facility, but they have 10 years ago or more, maybe 20 years ago, 10 or 20 years ago, stopped all production of aircraft, which had been, Southern California had been the world center, I would say, of aircraft production. And at the end of World War II, it was the world center of aircraft production. And all of it, not most of it, all of it has fled California, not just Southern California. So it's not like, oh, well, hey, they'd rather build homes or, something beach. No, all of it has fled. All of it has fled California. There's still a Boeing facility here. What it does is it does sort of maintenance. So you fly in an aircraft or whatever, and they do maintenance or repairs to like a system on an aircraft or something like that. So because I had a friend who worked there and and he was like less than 5 years from retirement, and yep, he was going to move up to the Boeing facility up here because he had like 5 years to retirement, and if he didn't finish out his career there, he wasn't going to get his good retirement. So yep, he was last I was talking to him, this is 10 years ago or more, he was getting ready to move up to Oregon, to where they moved his job. He was a quality assurance inspector on aircraft, and making sure whatever he was doing inspection on that was working right. So the aircraft, I know I haven't checked it. I will pull out. You are over here in Netherlands angry against those policies. Yeah. No, we've gotten off track, but I do this at times. So your airplane doesn't fall out of the sky. So that was his job there, and so they were moving it to Oregon. He thought partially because it wasn't just him. But a lot of the people that he worked with were of a similar age and nearing retirement, and they were hoping, he thinks that the company was hoping most wouldn't make the move, so they wouldn't have to fund the retirement or whatever as much. But yeah, he was going to put up with it for a few years to move to, and that's that and other reasons I've lost contact with him. But so they've driven all of the aircraft manufacturing out of California. They've driven Firestone, which is a major tire manufacturing. I think all tire manufacturing. They've driven all the manufacturing out of Southern California or out of California. Tesla. Elon Musk recently tweeted that he built a Tesla factory in Texas in 18 months. And he said in 18 months, you couldn't get the paperwork done to build that factory, let alone get it even started building. Getting paperwork for the permission to build the factory in California in 18 months. So California is doing everything it can to drive all industry out of it. Oh, it's just to make it better, make the workers' lives better, to make this better, make that better. Well, if you make the workers' lives too good, the jobs will leave, okay? And so whatever, and this is going back, and I know sorry I got distracted here, but what is better, a managed economy, if you will, or a laissez-faire economy? Well, like with all things, there needs to be a balance. So like on water, you need one water system. I do not want people bidding on how much they're willing to pay for water. Farmers versus homeowners. So you need to manage it. But the least practical intervention in the economy. Now, okay, and it varies from size of economies to size of economies. But if we're looking at something the size of America, I would determine strategic needs, shall we say. And one of them, and a lot of the watchers here remember the recent GPU shortage. Not enough GPUs are out there. And a lot of that was the chip shortage and various reasons for it. And I, watched a video about chip manufacturing in Israel, Intel chip manufacturing, not a small company, but they're like doubling the capacity. They've been already up and going for some time, and they're building more capacity in the U.S. I would determine whether it's like screens, whether it's your computer screen, your phone screen, whatever, TV, screens, chips, whatever it might be, automobiles, guns, aircraft. I would determine strategic, and not just the final aircraft that's like assembled here, but key elements of needing, like making aluminum. So you're not, again, for the scale of the United States, not the scale of Belgium or the Netherlands, because they can't, in this modern world, if they were an independent country and not part of the EU, they are not capable of being an independent country for all manufacturing, let alone, well, how much iron ore can the Netherlands dig up to make, if they're going to have iron ore? They cannot be an independent economy. Continental economies might be the U.S. or something like China, which they can't, but some major continental, or the EU, might be, but nothing's ever going to be pure anything. But I would identify strategic needs, things like iron and steel production, aluminum production. Yes, aluminum needs tropics. You've got the alumina that before you needs lots of energy, and a chemical process that only happens in the tropics to read it. So we really don't have enough of that in America. So they import alumina, but do a figure out strategic things, like whether it's a thing like making aluminum, because it's an industrial process. It's not something the alumina is something it's a powdery substance you dig out of the ground. You got to go through huge manufacturing and using lots and lots of electrical energy, particularly not just heat energy, it's electrical energy, to create aluminum, the metal. So it's a manufacturing process. Determine what these are, and then require a percentage of what America uses to actually be made, all the component elements that are at least theoretically possible to be done in America, a percentage of it. So let's say of the screens that are sold, whether they're computers, phone screens, tablet screens, TV screens, whatever, in-car dash screens on your car, whatever screen, say 20% of those that are sold either standalone or as part of some other product like a car must be made in America. And if you know whether the companies are owned by Americans, because you can always either nationalize or temporarily take over control of a company or whatever if you want to, if you're having international problems, but require them to be made in America. Not maybe the majority, because most industries, at least in America, are 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. So you could always, ramp up and get more people working and turn that into a 24/7 industry if you had to, truly, if China breaks into a civil war with the wars going on in Europe and whatever, and you can't get whatever it is, you could ramp up the, truly declare a national emergency, maybe just on a single industry somewhere, but whatever it is, and ramp up something. I would require some of that be done on all strategically found interests, like the U.S. requires all weapon systems that it buys to be made in America. The special forces and a few others, they buy weird and exotic stuff, or just stuff from other countries that they only want 500 of the particular gun or something. Not a reason to make it in the U.S. But all the standard issue equipment. But it can be a Beretta pistol, or I believe it's FN has been until this new HK weapon or whatever that is being made. Sorry, I'm blanking on the new name. But the M4 carbine, it's made by a foreign company, but it's made in the U.S. All manufactured here. So require to all of our weapons are required by law to be made in the United States wherever they're designed, and wherever the now if they're secret weapons, stuff on a submarine, they've got to be made by an American company. But we really don't care if the Soviets or whoever knows the technical specs of the pistol the soldier carries. So that can be a foreign designed and whatever product. So generally speaking, things should be left to the market as much as practical, but I would make sure that there are strategic interests that are, not, and I'm not saying, in the idea of protectionism, in that, and this is where I have to agree with the people that, want market forces, go, hey, America's steel industry after World War II was outdated, and because it was pre-World War II technology, and Japan and Korea wasn't really at the time yet a steel producer, and Germany and whatever are modernizing their industry, so yes, we shouldn't do protectionism to keep our outdated industry. The problem is countries like Japan and Germany were subsidizing, not just subsidizing the update, building new factories, but continuing to subsidize steel production, so that they destroyed the American steel production largely, and the company just went out of business, not modernized. So if you make laws that say, hey, like all steel sold in America, figure out, because you have major manufacturers for steel, 20% or 30% or 60% or whatever it might be, must be made in America. And so you limit the amount that you can import. So if you think you're still going to have steel, it'll be worth it to reinvest in steel industry and that kind of thing. So that's good. Okay, let me go back and look at this. My strategy is to stand firm on the point against Japan on the Pacific, and then demobilize their navy so they can't attack us. Then most of the land army will attack North Africa and Italy. Yeah, that's sort of how I'm looking at that, son. This topic reminds me what I read this morning about the Green Party in Germany closing nuclear plants. Yes, and they're closing nuclear plants. Now, the reason they've closed most of the ones in Japan after the Fukushima ones, they realized that a lot of them are coastal. Even though I think they shut down some of the non-coastal ones too, but a lot of them are coastal, and because of the types of earthquakes that you have, because there's two types of earthquakes, some where the fault lines move up and down, and some where they move along, alongside each other. In California, almost all of them move alongside of each other, so even the ones that are under the water will not create a tsunami. But Japan's, many of them, are the types that are go up and down. And whether they go up or they go down, they create a tsunami. And so you can get not just the tsunami, but then you get the Fukushima nuclear problem of a plant being swamped by a tidal wave, and they're not built to withstand that and keep running, so you have that problem. So I understand why Japan did that. Germany followed suit, but Germany is not, one, earthquake prone, and two, most of them are not coastal, so neither of those things. So they've shut those down, and now I hear that they're going to be reopening, at least temporarily, some coal plants in Germany to make up for the lack of natural gas coming into Germany. So yeah, decoy army will attack Italy and turn all the Axis forces in Western Europe, really, because I demand war. Yes, hello Extreme Finger. Sorry, I'll get back to playing. I just got off onto an interesting topic there. So yeah, market forces are good. Well, yeah, it's not operational, and I don't know. The Japanese, I believe, I heard something about it, I think, a year or more ago. They're working on cleaning it up. I mean, the Japanese aren't going to leave a mess. Now, I don't know how fast they're working on it. Yes, you can have technical expertise to build a submarine. How fast they're working on cleaning it up, but they are working on cleaning it up. Okay, what I want to do here is, let's increase reinforcement. Down. Okay, what we're going to do here we're going to see 10,000. No, we're going to wait a little bit. Okay, this we will add to. We're going to have a 4-wing fighter group, or whatever you want to call it, and we're going to send these out to the Philippines. Okay, that's 5. We already have 3 there. How big is this base? 1. Well, that is Clark Field. Guess we'll put. Well, we're going to need to organize up. Okay. I'm going to leave 1 squadron here to escort this bomber group. We're going to move that up to there. Rebase to there. We have to keep in mind, because I do want these guys to get organized up. This is going to create our hopefully dominant area fighter capabilities. I'm doing very good, and how are you doing, Dreamfinger? Gold mining. Okay, just what I was looking for. 1,400 there. Okay, so now, because it gives me a little bit of a cushion, we're going to invest in our industry, which will reduce the consumer goods during peacetime. Needed. Which gets rid of all of this need, so we can go down to there. And okay. Working on, just got, okay, more fighters in the front. Yeah, let's, these 2 divisions, Marine Corps coming good. Well, you know, armor, motorized infantry. I don't want to spend too huge. We'll do, they call it motorcycle reconnaissance. We're going to call it Jeep reconnaissance, because that would have been the American. Harley Davidson and some of the other Indian and other motorcycle companies made a massive amounts of motorcycles for the Army, but America never used them, to the best of my knowledge, as a planned organization, as a reconnaissance, like Germany or whoever was doing motorcycle reconnaissance. They were just using them as dispatch riders and other sort of utility mobility type elements. Okay, let's throw on a motorized support. We'll use one of the HQs, so we'll get that going. It's 55 ICs. Yeah, that's going to be expensive, I know. Well, you know, let's go down from motorized infantry to brigade to a motorized infantry battalion, and that'll save us 10 ICs there. That'll be better. There we go. So we'll start that into production. I know it won't be full, but get it going. Hello, the Ruzenkuris. I'm sure I'm butchering it. I have not played much of Victoria 2 at all. So no. It's not that I wouldn't like it, it's just I haven't just gotten into the game. Yeah, so hello, Plastic Gangster. Yes, a lot of did the same things. Yes, Japs are allowed. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most kind thing to call them, I'll admit, but it isn't an inherently negative pejorative. It's like, I don't know, like calling Americans Yanks or something, you know, short for Yankee or whatever. And there's a lot of Americans that aren't Yankees. But yeah, oh, you had to allow it, Arno? Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, no, Japs isn't a particularly derogatory term as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure everybody can find offense at something, but yes, thank you, Arno. You're doing a good job with the stuff. And I because I'm watching. I am watching the just partially to see the how the screen's doing, the Twitch stream, and I use a Restream application that shows me the other chats, including the Twitch chats, is what I'm reading here. So I don't see the notifications like needing to allow something here to do it. I would only ever use a reference in the Second World War and its accepted jargon in that context. Yeah, absolutely. And I, you know, yes, I get treat others how you want to be treated. I get that. But when others treat you certain ways, I don't feel bad treating them back, because they call us gaijin, which, to the best of my understanding from my Japanese school teacher, that means in essence, maybe not a literal translation, but a general translation, meaning Southern barbarian, because the sailors sort of came up from the South and whatnot here. So yeah, since we're the gaijin, yeah, they can be the Japs, even in a modern. I don't know that they would be offended. I mean, it's not the most kind thing to do. And if there was a Japanese person watching here, and especially we're talking about World War II, I'll still call them Japs. So it's, not literally to their face, but figuratively to their face. Now, I'm not putting something like dirty or other negative elements in front of it, or Nara just popped into my mind because of what's happened. Some other sort of pejorative. I just take it as a shorthand to it. And again, it's not the most polite thing to say, but it's not a huge negative thing to say. They ban it from, yeah, they do. Hello, Spiraling. It's been a while since I've seen you here. Some parts of you will probably be abandoned for a few hundred years. Could be, but, and I don't know. Again, I don't know. But Hiroshima and Nagasaki are populated now, and we dropped nuclear weapons on them. So I don't know if is there more pollution from living in Hiroshima after a nuclear bomb exploded on it, or from the Fukushima. Now, I'm not saying cleaning up the actual reactor, whether you're digging it out of the ground and somehow disposing the because you can relatively safely dispose of the contaminated material, but I don't know what's more Jin means people, not sure what Gaijin means. But I was told that it sort of had same thing as calling Germans Krauts. Yes, it's not, you know, and I would sit around like, you know, I know Arno's going to soon be hanging out with Niagara, you know, with my German friends and call them Krauts to their faces. You know, now they're friends of mine, but, and if I was trying to be polite to a group of them, I probably, you know, like if I was doing a public speaking thing, I probably wouldn't call them a bunch of Krauts. But yeah, you know, it's context. And Gaijin, I remember, is a foreign devil because pretty sure Jin is devil in Japanese. And it may go back to like the Jin in Asian. Yeah, it's not that. So yeah, I know they get all kinds of stuff meltdown soon after it's meltdown. So I don't know how that's different than a nuclear weapon. America planned nuking Tokyo as well, but Japan surrendered. Yeah, I know there was definite follow-on stuff, but we didn't have too many more bombs. I don't remember exactly how much. Yeah, DGIN. Well, see, it depends on how you're going, but I'm seeing corollaries to the Jin of Middle Eastern culture. And I don't know if there's a connection, either ancient or a little more modern. Okay, now we sent off that group. Okay, good enough. Minor group here. We're going to send him to Guam. Yeah, I don't know the etymology of the word in Japan, and whether, you know, because sometimes a word like that can come out of the Middle East, like sort of like Buddhism is spread through India, through China, and by the time the Japanese hear the term, it's mutated. You know what they think of a Jin might be, and comes, because I know I don't know I don't know anywhere near the details of it, but there's been a lot of cultural influence of China and Japan over the millennia, not just recently, but, you know, deep into the past. Now, the Japanese have never been conquered by the Chinese or the Mongols, who actually tried twice, but there's been a lot of cultural contact. Obviously, their writing system, the higher level, the kanji, is Chinese based, out of China. So there's got to be a huge amount of cultural influences, even though the words I believe mostly are entirely different words. They're just used the same picture word, meaning verbal sounds are different. But again, I don't know the details of how well they're connected. So I could easily see a word like that coming out of the Middle East. Or maybe even possibly, if it comes out of something Chinese, I would maybe go as older and move to the Middle East or something. I don't know. But I could see how that is a connection. Beyond just that. Hakujin means white person, spent 10 years in Japan, 4 of them in the Marines. Spiraling. Okay, good. Yeah. Hakujin, white person. So Jin may be sort of, well, I don't know, white person, yeah. And, you know, Gaijin, so like foreign, a southern barbarian, is what I heard, is how they refer to it as opposed to other barbarians. And so foreigner just may be similar to connotation to as in a barbarian. It may be. I don't know. Would you like Hoi 4 if the game was like Hoi 3 but with geographical update? Well, the map is, I think the map for the areas that actually contested in World War II, the map is better in Hoi 3 than Hoi 4. I like the flat map of Hoi 3. You know, I don't like the 3D map as well. I prefer the counters and a flat map. So I don't know that that's an improvement. differently. One of them read top to bottom, and the others read left to right, or something like that. Jinn means people or persons. Nothing to do with the Middle East Jinn. Okay. Thank you, Spiraling. Gaijin War Thunder Company. Yes, I understand. Gaijin, it was originally formed in Hungary, maybe, but yeah, they're definitely using the Japanese word there. Are you streaming on YouTube? Yes, I'm on YouTube as well. Classic Gangster, live everywhere. So I'm seeing all the chats from everywhere, but Twitter. If anybody's commenting there, I don't see that until later. Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube doesn't have a way to superimpose the text onto the image like Twitch does. So the YouTube people will see the Twitch comments superimposed onto the screen, as far as I know they do. But there isn't a widget that I can plug in to properly show onto the screen like Twitch. In some ways Twitch is just better, in some ways YouTube is better. They both have their betternesses and different things. So yeah, that's why I sort of kind of try to read the text as well, so that people can know what I'm referring to. I cannot stand sprites like NATO can. I like the NATO counters better, so this is better for me. Yeah, Classic Gangster, wherever you want to watch is best for you. I know some people have better watching experience on Twitch. And like I say, I'm paying attention. I'm also, hey, if you prefer it, I'm on Facebook, and though I don't get to see what you say, I'm also live on Twitter right now as well. Just I'm not suggesting anybody go over there really, but that's more. And I have a link to the YouTube page, if you really actually want to spend time and watch, and not just happen to get the notification and see the live feed of it. It's meant to get you over into either YouTube or Twitch. Oh yeah, no, and you'll see if you're on YouTube, you should see all the chat on YouTube. So wherever you want to see it, I mean, actually you should see all of it there, because it should be on the screen on the left-hand side on YouTube. I believe it is. I mean, tell me if for some reason that doesn't work, because I see it on. I'm just watching that, and I know it's recorded, so I think it's put up and go on through all of this. Okay, we will buy supplies just to give them money, because we got lots of money. Export of tungsten. No. Another fighter wing. This is partially what I wanted to do. Let's see. No, not a. I mean, if I got a naval bombers or something, I'll use some of these carrier hit guys, but just for fighters. Don't need naval warfare. You're going out to Wake Island. Now, of course, this is unrealistic, and they would have to ship fighters out this far by any aircraft. They could fly B-17s from the mainland to Hawaii, but that was about as far as you could go. Okay, submarine damage control has advanced. I believe that is here, and it is grayed out. Okay, we got more projects we handle. So not to do that. Had all the tungsten, didn't they? Yeah, they had a lot of it. I believe, because supposedly they haven't been able to do good. The really good Swedish steel might have been naturally infused or mixed, or the iron ore that they were getting and creating the steel out of it. The ore veins that they were looking at that had become played out very well might have been tungsten rich. There were a few other tungsten sources in Europe, but the major ones for Europe, mind you, were right along the Spanish-Portuguese border area. Yeah, Wolfram, it's also called, yes. Yeah, I know. I just need to keep going forward on this. I'm not declaring war. They get to declare war on me, so I'm going to let it happen. But we're in November. And okay, we're going to end the episode, but we're going to hello Starstreak, but we're going to keep going here live. So those watching later on YouTube, thank you so much. I really appreciate it if you've made it this far in. Hit that like button, post a comment, and all of that good stuff. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, we're going to keep going here, but I just want to make a safety save in case it crashes. I got a thing here where they found huge deposits of wolfram in Austria. Yeah, oh well, that they would have loved to have known that. You know, they didn't find. It was after the war they really found the Libyan oil. Just think if in like 1938, because it takes about a year to get the oil fields really into production to where it's going to, you know, fuel the German oil economy. But if in 1938, I think they're sort of right out in here, a lot of the major ones or wherever it is, but found the Italian oil before the war starts and Italy, you know, got it going, that once the war happened, you would have seen a massive, oh, hey, yeah, how many Panzer Corps are we going to put down here? And make sure you early on win in North Africa and make sure you have enough of the Luftwaffe, because there wouldn't be that much in the Navy, enough of the Luftwaffe patrolling through here. And, oh, yeah, we're going to parachute drop onto Malta, keep this safe, and have the fuel running. And you would have been able to fuel the German war economy out of the Libyan oil alone, or well enough, you know, if you got it going. Yeah, they could have done that. That would have changed things. Okay, we're gonna, I just do the, because now it's 80% chance, so recruitment time will be down. Medicine advances, I'm guessing that's too far forward to continue now. Effectively, light anti-aircraft guns on small ships, DDs and whatnot. Okay, yeah, stop that. Getting ready for the war, so okay, all the 41s there are done. We could do, yeah, garrison organizations. Mountain unit. Well, you do have Marine, so we'll do Marine. I'm just going to deploy the USS Franklin. And let's just drop it. You know what? I want to organize it up as I don't have the aircraft to put on it to properly deploy it and deploy it overseas. So we'll just have it here, but I want to make sure. Okay, Mittersill mines, largest deposit in Europe. Wow. I bought Nations at War Digital because of your excellent gameplay. Well, very good. Starstreak. Would have built a few temperature jet engines at yes. Well, you have I'm probably going to butcher it for any of the Germans. Well, I got to start making the next episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron with the Black Ice mods, and of course we're playing as the U.S. and I'm talking with the chat here that Germany after the war finds they find it's Austria, a huge tungsten reserve that they didn't know about, maybe the largest in Europe. And I presume it's still being dug out, and that would have changed a lot of stuff. Yeah, it would have changed. And Plastic Gangster talks about a few high temperature jet engines. And yes, my understanding, and it's imperfect obviously, but is that the UMO engines that are being used by, I think they're the same basic engine being used in the 262 ME-262 and the Arado Blitz bomber, I forget the number of it, are all the same engines, all those jet engines. And then the Volks fighter with just the one engine, I think it's the same engine that they are using for all of those stuff. They were the best, functionally the best jet engines of the war, I think. The British had the Meteor, I believe it was called, jet fighter, but they would not deploy it outside of Britain because they were afraid it was going to get shot down over enemy territory and that the Germans might get a hold of it. Well, they were actually more or less, and technology isn't always done everywhere equally, but more or less they were behind technologically than the Germans. And yeah, they might get some out of a crashed jet. They might probably not going to get enough information to better dogfight it or sometimes, because when the Americans, they capture some and get working, though not entirely, there's one fuel thing or something that it's gotten into over one of the Japanese fighters, whether it was Zero or something else, that the engine would shut off. Well, it wouldn't, because the captured whatever fighter, when the Americans sort of got it working again, they didn't realize that there was some little device or something that was not working right on it that would keep that from happening. But so the Americans, would test out. It's not so much that they wanted to get the technology. What they really wanted was, and they eventually work it out, but late or post-war or whatever, the duraluminum, the actually better, stronger aluminum that the Japanese are making for their Zero fighters. It's not so much that they wanted the technology of the Japanese fighter to improve their own fighter. Again, the metal would be nice, but not so much the technology. But what they really wanted to do was get up and fly some of the Zeros, and to learn actually as a pilot how their strengths and weaknesses. But if it's an actual crashed aircraft, unless it's in fairly good shape that they could somehow patch the thing together and get it flying again, that probably isn't the issue. So that they were really more worried about the base technology of jets or whatever getting into German hands, but more or less the 262 is the Messerschmitt is a better fighter than the British. The British do use their jet fighters, and mainly to that I remember reading about is to knock V1 bombs out of the air, because they were faster than the V1 bombs, and so they could catch up to them and either shoot them down, or they learned you didn't actually touch your wingtip to them, but they would fly over and just move their wingtip, I think, just under them, but the airflow or whatever over your wingtip, so you're not actually you sort of come under them and then lift up, but just the airflow, so the wings wouldn't touch, but the airflow would destabilize and drop the V1 bomb, probably into a farmer's field instead of a middle of a city kind of thing. So they were useful in the war, but Britain was overly paranoid about them. And deep sale. Okay, managed to find some change behind the sofa cushion. Cool. Means foreigner spy. Okay, human person. Well, Spiraling actually had lived in Japan for 10 years, so I'm going with him. But, we're looking at the details of the word, presumably the negative connotations, but not universal. Hello, person human, how you doing? You're sure you're not a bot? Allies actually had their own jet. Yes, actually they did, just considered it too unreliable to bother investing in the war. Well, the Americans were producing it. I don't know a lot about the American aircraft. I do know that when the Americans were transporting their jets around, they put a fake propeller on it. So when it's on a truck or a train to be moved around, people would see the fake propeller on the front of the aircraft, just so that they would see that as being it. They were that paranoid over it. Was there ever a fight between, not that I know of, because I don't think the 262s were ever over Britain. They did fly the Blitz bombers as either bombers or photo reconnaissance over Britain, I know. I don't know that the 262 had the range, and they never put the Meteor over Europe to fight the yeah, poor farmer. Yeah, I know, but it's better to wreck a farmer's field, presumably nobody getting hurt, than, you know, take out a block or half a block or something in London. Just imagine standing in your field in the war. Yeah, well, you'd hear. Well, the V2s they couldn't intercept because they were going up too high. They built. They're building Junkers UMOs. The Heinkel, yeah, the Heinkel engines. BMW. Okay, so more engines than I was thinking. Coated with microscopic coat and chromium from Turkey. Rebuilding after. Yes, that's what I was getting to. Is the engines that the Germans were building, I think, were the most efficient, because actually, to my knowledge, the first prototype military jet fighter, I think it's in 1938, is put up by Italy, who actually had the engine in the main fuselage, but behind the pilot. So the intakes air would come in from the front of the nose, go around the pilot, and go behind the pilot where the engine was. And it wasn't as fast as the propeller-driven Italian aircraft. Italians they did a lot of seaplane racing and had actually reasonably fast aircraft at the time. And so it was a functional jet fighter. It was fairly big. And it was functional, but it wasn't any faster at the, you know, their engines faster than propeller-driven fighters at that time. So they didn't really pursue any production. It was, you know, a developmental project. So the first that I know of, the first operational jet fighter, again, just a prototype, but actually getting up there and flying, was the Italians. So it's pre-World War II. I think it's 38. It's after 36, I know. There's an event in Third Reich Events covering it. I just forget the year that it pops up. So the Italians were there in the first, and what is it? Hans Oland was the main worker for jets for Heinkel and producing the engine designs. And so they were really good, but as oh, hello, Michael Fox. Good to have you here. I think that more psychological weapon and didn't do that much damage. Yes, it's been ages. Good to have you here. Well, they hoped that it would do damage, and the V1 and V2, I think they were designed to be a strategical weapon, not a psychological weapon, but a combination of, well, let's face it. I think Hitler's mismanagement decides to make it a terror weapon. I know I'm jumping all around. Well, let me first finish. So the big problem was, because Germany did not have enough tungsten, they couldn't make. I'll get back to the V1 and V2 thing. I think it is interesting. They couldn't make an engine that would deal with the heat long enough, because jets are particularly hot engines. And you're also talking about relatively thin pieces of metal. So compared to thicker pieces of metal, which might be able to absorb and deal with the heat a bit better, would overheat, and maintenance / literally sort of recycling the engine at some point would needed much faster with the German situation. But it's not just that. You have and it's not a war winner, but it's definitely a thing, the Gerlich principle of guns, in which the gun would, like a gun barrel, and they had to do it with relatively small stuff, but it would work. It'd start out with like a 28 millimeter round, and by the time it left the barrel, it was 20 millimeters. Now, they just had bands around the ammunition that would force down. It wasn't like a full solid piece that shrunk down, but it would be forced down as it goes, you know, collapse down, so it increased the velocity. And it was only really effective at sort of short and medium ranges, but it would get, you know, sort of a hyper velocity, if you will, round. But it required tungsten to be used as the ammunition, so you were expending tungsten. And Germany did not have enough tungsten to mix into the cutting elements and other needing elements just on machine tools to build other things. So after building some of these guns and making some of the ammunition, they realized we can't afford it. Not dollars or Reichsmarks afford it, but just we need to use this tungsten to make machine tools, not to make expendables, let alone continuing use items like jet engines or guns or whatever. So tungsten was a critical element for the war effort for Germany, and they just did not have enough even for their basic machine tool expansion needs. And so that would have changed things. Not change things in the sense, in my opinion, who wins or loses the war, but would change the nature of the war. And had Germany timely, which includes prior to the war, and especially if not having to pay to import, because that's a limitation, because they don't have enough money to import as much things like tungsten as they would like to. But if they had a huge deposit in Austria that they could have got spun up and going prior to the war, you would have seen more machine tools of various types in Germany, which would have mean more production early on, before the war starts, early war, mid-war, late war. And so you could see significantly different outcomes and elements. But I still would say even if you take nuclear weapons off the table, unless you can knock the Soviet Union out or something like that, and I've talked about this before, but unless you can do actually something like that, you're not going to change the final outcome. You're just going to change how the end comes and when the end comes. So yeah, it's important. On the V weapons, I think they were developed, mind you, not necessarily because you're developing them a year or more, because some of them, Peenemünde is before the war going on. So you're developing them not because you think you're going to lose the air war and be forced to use other means, because the army is developing rockets as well as the Luftwaffe. There's both going on at Peenemünde. They're looking at them as they don't know. Because they're developing. They don't know what it's going to end up being, but they're looking at them as additional or alternatives to manned flight of one sort or another. And I think they're looking at them, and when they're actually designing the V1 and the V2, not just the pre-stages and the technological development of the concepts, I think they're looking at them as strategic weapons, not as tactical weapons, but not strategic as in terror bombing like they end up doing of London, but more the idea of, we know where the factory is, not that it's London, but it's like right here. Well, let's send some V weapons to this factory. And if you're on target, you can you can get the latitude and longitude down well enough, and you have a guidance system well enough, you can put 4 V weapons right onto a factory. Boom, 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 and the factory may not be completely destroyed with just 4 V weapons, depending on the factory and whatnot, but it could put out of effective production for 6 months or something until they get it spun back up. Or your spies, your photo reconnaissance are seeing a bunch of, landing craft being set up in Portsmouth. Well, let's send a bunch of V weapons to the port and blow up, the landing craft at the port. That's what I think they were designed to do. But Hitler, from his perspective, and there's a lot of things, he decides to use them as a terror weapon. And I'm trying to understand Hitler and his thinkings, and this isn't, I know you guys have been saying a lot, and oh, you're going, Mr. Duck? Okay, see ya, priority left, but thanks for being here. I try to note these things, but I don't necessarily, because chat is on the screen above the one I'm looking straight at, which I have the map here, so I don't always catch all that in time. Sorry. I do care about you guys, but trying to think here. Hitler has his racist ideology, okay, but he thinks Britons are Anglo-Saxons, and they are. And Anglo-Saxons are a type of German, maybe not a true type of German, but sort of in his Aryan worldview. And he sees the German people, you know, as being some sort of super people. Why is he thinking a terror weapon is going to defeat him? Because it's sort of like defeating himself. Well, he thinks his supermen, his Germans, are going to overcome all this stuff. And so, you know, it's one thing to think that, oh, well, those lesser people, the Slavs or something, he might think, they can be terrorized into losing the war. But why does he think that? I don't know. It's sort of like his insistence that the Me-262 have a ground attack capability. I get the idea, and it does make sense to have an aircraft that can do everything. But when you can get it into production as a fighter aircraft, why don't you just get that thing in and then get that production and then demand that, you know, if you're going to interfere in demand, not maybe what the Luftwaffe wants, but if you're demanding what they want. And yeah, I know it's like we're playing this game, you know, I'm in charge and not the air minister's in charge. Why not, you know, get it functional as a fighter and then add the ground attack capability, you know, design that in and get that in later on in version 2 or version 3. Yeah, that sort of, okay. Side note, 262s that flew in a straight line away from Allied fighters were actually more likely to survive than those who tried to maneuver. Yeah, I could see that. Deutschsujin means German person, for example. Oh, Deutschsujin. Okay, yeah. Okay, spiraling. Yeah, interesting. Baka Jin means stupid person. Yes. Okay, so Jin is person. Baka and Deutsu and Guy are the descriptions to the person. Okay. Remember, the Meteor actually got into squadron service just before the first was built, but it was not allowed to cross the front lines. Enter Germany, not allowed. Banned from going east of the Rhine River. Interesting there. Plastic Gangster is very good at history. The more I see him, and I don't, you know, he may be refreshing his memory from something like Wikipedia or something, but you have to truly, and I know a lot of young people just, well, it's on Wikipedia, I can look it up. Yeah, but sometimes you have to know to look, because sometimes when I get ready and prepare, like I'm planning to talk on sometimes when I've been doing the shows over on the Marines channel, and I know I'm going to be playing Order of Battle and talking about, you know, Al Alamein, I'll pull up beforehand and look and maybe even keep it up there, you know, the Wikipedia article on Al Alamein, just to have, you know, some of the dates and facts better to reference, because I don't keep those in my head well enough. But, and yeah, Al Alamein's a famous thing, and yeah, if you're already sort of using a, you know, well, what battle scenario you're playing, you can just Google that. But you really got to know history to know what to look up to find the, you know, the details. So yeah, and the more I see Plastic Gangster, the more I respect his knowledge on history, because it is varied. You think the 260 would have won, all things being equal, but they weren't. Yeah, Allied pilots were on the whole better trained than the Luftwaffe. Now, of course, there is the Flying Circus, which was the Adolf Galland's group, and they were all veteran pilots moved over. So that was sort of a unique squadron of 262 fighters. So playing field, yeah, airframe. Nowhere near as much as you think, but I know what you mean. Yeah, like a what's the American take on Prime Minister resigning and all the shenanigans? America, they haven't noticed yet. I mean, I know it's happening, but America hasn't noticed yet. And since Boris Johnson hasn't resigned, he's announced his resignation effective in October or something at the next conservative conference or whatever. You know, that's sort of like saying, oh, hey, there's going to be an election in, few months, and I'm not going to be running in the next election, So, yeah, so he hasn't left office yet. He hasn't resigned yet. Because like when Nixon resigned from office, he signed the paper and got on what had been Marine 2 because he's no longer the president and flies out of the warehouse, or not warehouse, White House, and flies away. He's actually gone. He's actually left, because he resigns instead of faces, trial for impeachment. He is impeached in the he is impeached in the House, but he isn't put on trial in the Senate. So he resigns before all of that happens, but knowing that it was going to happen. But he actually leaves office, where Boris Johnson has not left office. Boris Johnson has announced his resignation effective, I think it's October, correct me if I'm wrong, and that they're going to have, hello, Baba Booey, that Boris Johnson is no longer going to be Prime Minister of Britain. They haven't noticed yet. And so even the diplomats, that pay attention to this stuff, Biden probably doesn't even know who Boris Johnson is at the moment, but that's another question. He'd get told on a little card, because if you've seen the little card that says, you will walk in and say hi to Mr. Boris Johnson, then he would know, but outside of that, he wouldn't know. But the diplomats might just be trying to figure out who's going to be the next prime minister, but the still current prime minister is Boris Johnson. And the main thing that the Americans are dealing with the British, as well as with other leaders, are dealing with Ukraine. And at least for now, none of that policy has changed. So the Americans haven't noticed, the public or the diplomats much. That was Commando. No, I thought it. Well, my understanding is that there was. Because I've seen a model years ago done up that had a mix of 262s and I think it was, I forget if it was 109s or 190 Focke-Wulfs, and it was sort of made up, it was sort of like considered, I don't know if this was post-war or whatever, but sort of like a nickname, the Flying Circus 2 or something like that, for Adolf Galland, but I don't know. So yeah, well, and I don't know about party leader and whatnot. Technically, most of us, he's good as gone. Yeah, but he's going, not just that he's gone. So, but America, with Ukraine and I don't think you understand the sort of fear porn that America's been putting out. That the American people wouldn't know what's going on. Barry doesn't live here anymore. Okay. Yes, because Biden. Well, yeah, that's Biden. But I know Boris had bad hair, but other than that, I don't know much about his life or his political views. What he is doing is resign as leader of the Conservative Party so that he cannot remain PM after the new leader of the Conservative Party. But the process will take a while, and yeah. Mazda 626. Okay. United Kingdom has president. United Kingdom has annexed Iran and is okay. So the event going, and this is what happened. Not actually annexed, but is sort of game mechanic to make it functional. But the British and the Soviets agreed to partition and temporarily occupy Iran to move Lend-Lease products and whatnot through Iran into the Soviet Union. Now, I thought it was more like in 42 or something, but I'm not sure. 42 or 43. I don't remember dates well. Yeah, it would be good to see them, but I'm trying to read what's going on to try to keep you up. But watch wherever you want or can. I don't know what's best. Britain and the Soviet Union partitioning Iran and getting rid of Reza Shah as leader and occupying the country. I believe it was around then. Carrier group doctrine, that would be year 43. Let's move this to, we're almost into 42, so these things would be good, but let's look around. Okay, oh, will we have more going than we can currently use? So let's cut back on some a little bit. We're getting there, Arno. Okay, capital surface. Radar. Okay, that would be probably either here. And it's grayed out. Okay, good. And Italy lost a battleship. Okay. Yes, you can have crude oil. We have plenty of oil. Let's increase supply production to at least a moderately positive amount. I know we got that big division coming. And warfare. I haven't even built any paras yet. I don't plan on, well, I mean, America did have rocket artillery, but let's do armored cars. There's something we thought we had got rid of 25 years ago, one of the old titled aristocracy that got into Eton and rugby and is fully paid up member of the old school brigade. Yes, hello, Stuart. De Quincy, yeah. Well, I could go into a whole diatribe and we can see. I think the world is very unstable, people. I think our leaders are blind to reality, living in the past, thinking about a new eco future. And because of various things, I don't know if you guys understand, and I don't even really understand the details, but what the fuck is, oh, the Japanese have landed in Sri Lanka. Oh, how interesting. And I don't think this is scripted. I think they actually, the AI did an invasion here. But I don't think you know what's going on. I don't really know what's going on, but there's riots and upheaval, and they were storming the presidential palace, I think, within the last 24 hours. And they were, I don't know if they, no, I think they burst into the palace and I think I saw some footage of them swimming in the presidential pool. There's a full-on revolution in Sri Lanka right now. I don't know. Guess who I am? Stuart De Quincy. I don't know. Unless you're Charles the First returned or something, but beyond that, I don't know. I don't think that's the screen name he would use. Couldn't stand only getting half the conference. Oh, okay, you're Plastic Gangsta. Okay, I'm now guessing that because now you mentioned that. Yes, okay. Now, one of those British who has a last name as a first name. Okay. WEF sock puppets. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, but I don't think they realize what's going on. I could make 2 or 3 hour rant video about the conditions of the world, and not that I know what's going to happen, but I know what could happen. Knowing what can happen doesn't mean it will happen. Okay, cast ground crew training. I don't know how much. I'm just going to turn people off. Okay, we'll let that continue. Ranting about modern world stuff when they want to see gameplay videos because they don't either care or believe that it's important, or hey, they've had enough of it and they just want to Stuart, your data from Star Trek. Okay. Mind you, I cannot see the Twitch. You can't see the Twitch. I mean, it's not popping up on the screen for YouTube, even delayed. Well, maybe you have to watch them both things to see both stuff. Starstreak, Lankan president. I'm not even going to try it. Promised in his, I think you mean Sri Lankan. Okay, campaign to transition the country's farmers to organic agriculture. Over a period of 10 years, last April, government made good promises imposing nationwide ban on importation and use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides and ordering the country's 2 million farmers to go organic. Now that's not going to turn out well. You can guess the rest. Okay, I would love to be Data. Why wouldn't you want to be a member of the crew? Just went back and had a look. Okay, because it should be, maybe it does, maybe it's only on the recorded version that because I'm also recording this locally here, and the recorded version does have the Twitch chat that I put up on later onto YouTube. So maybe the live stream doesn't. I don't know. That's why I try to read fairly quickly and somewhat mumbled, I know, so you at least get the context of what I'm okay. And so the world is, you know, when I've spent, I don't know, the last 30 years screaming into the void of how the world is fucked up and going down the wrong path, and nobody the fuck pays attention to me. Yeah, I know now on YouTube and there's all of 100 or 200 people that actually sort of watch the channel routinely, and a few of them care, and none of it's good. I don't know if it's worth keeping doing other than doing that. Have you played Turkey? No. Okay. Turkey. Playing Turkey. World War II. Hey, I'm neutral. The war has started. Hey, I'm neutral. Hey, the wars are going on. I'm neutral. Hey, America or Soviet Union's about to enter Berlin. I'll join the American side. Yay. And I mean, what's the fun of it? I mean, what's the fun of it? Now you're going, oh, well, I want to try to restore the Ottoman Empire. That's, you know, I mean, I get the people who like to play EU 20th century. Restore Byzantium. Yeah, I know that's a thing in Paradox games, but if you're going to play, you know, the movie War Games, at the end, what's the best way to play global thermonuclear war? Not to play. If you can stay out of the war, stay out of the war. You know, stay out of the war out of Switzerland, Spain. And why don't you play Spain? Okay, we have a civil war, win the civil war, and then what do? Oh, we stay neutral. I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, what I really like. Okay, why I play war games. Why I play war games? Well, one, I'm fascinated by history, but I'm also fascinated by history. Not what was the date of the Battle of Culloden? Well, April 16th, 1746. I know that one. But most dates I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I know June 6, 1944 is D-Day, and I only know that the latest conquest of Rome was June 5th, 1944, by the Americans, just because it's the day before D-Day. I don't know, so the facts of the history are important, but I don't keep all those in my head. That's not why or what does the general's uniform of the 1700s look like, or 1800s, or whatever. I mean, I'm sort of interested in some of that, but what I like are the not what ifs, like, well, what if Hitler was a good guy, or what if the Tsar stayed in power. No, I mean sort of like, well, how could the Republicans have won the Civil War? Or how Germany could win World War II? Those are the kinds of things that keep me wanting to play war games, not just read history books, not read, good historical fiction. Sort of history written as if it were a novel, and try to stay as damn close to history as practical. But you don't know what some general said to so-and-so during a meeting. You may have a few quotes out of the meeting, so you know what it was about. And, maybe even somebody, quotes back in a letter, well, I told them this, in the middle of, but he probably said 500 other words or something at a planning meeting or something. So, you sort of create, good historical fiction. I like reading that stuff. But playing a war game is, mentioned in Culloden, is how the Jacobites could have won that battle. Not that I want to reenact, well, they moved up here and then this, reenact the whole thing and just have it happen just the way it does. And then, that exercise, if you sort of want to war game it to have it happen just the way it did, is to try to, say, understand the details of an actual historical event. That's good to a point. But what I want to do is, well, how could you, have won the battle? What could you have done? Are there things that you could do to win that battle? As the Jacobites, they lost, if you didn't know. That's what interests me about wargaming. Tactical battles are cool. So, especially on a grand strategy type game, are the what ifs in the war. Not what if America was, the Silver Legion, because it wouldn't have been the German American Bund, because they're, focused on German Americans, and they're Nazis and all, but they're a minority community that are only going to let in a very, very limited of non-core German Americans, But the Silver Legion being a fascist group, I'm sure they were somewhat racist. I don't think they had any black members or whatever. But they weren't a KKK-based group, which was much more Americanism-based, democratic Americanism, as in the Democratic Party. And still democratic as in their... they wanted elections. If the and you could arguably say the KKK had a member or maybe not a member, but a general supporter in the White House in the Wilson administration. President Wilson, a Democrat during World War I. So, if they were to, the KKK were to get political power, it would not be, we're establishing dictatorship. They would have, the Constitution is great, we just want to keep black people from voting, and Jews and other undesirables from voting and whatnot, and keep them down or whatever, they would not have changed the fundamentals of the Constitution in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of, and I don't know their ideology in detail. But the Silver Legion was a fascist organization in America, much larger membership. We don't hear much about it nowadays. And in fact, much of my time studying World War II, I never heard of the Silver Legion, but it was a much larger organization than the German American Bund, and it definitely looked towards Mussolini's fascism as its inspiration, but as far as I know, it wasn't focused on the Italian-American community at all. I think it was, but it wasn't exclusionary like the German-American Bund would have been to the Italian-Americans. as far as I understand. And again, there's not a lot written on the Silver Legion, and I don't know much about it, but I wish I knew more just because I want to know about it. And so it's not like, well, what if they came into power and they were allied with the Nazis? No, what I want to do is well, what could America have done realistically with the realities of the time, done better in World War II, you know? Obviously, and they could have. They had the forces. They existed. They could have deployed more forces, and there's enough food production, not necessarily enough, ammunition production, but enough food production to station enough American soldiers, have an army here in the Philippines, big enough to defend the Philippines, that you don't need food shipped in from America. So meaning if the Japanese, whether in Pearl Harbor or wherever, sinks every last American capital ship, at least in the Pacific, they can't. This is one thing that Japan doesn't understand is even Japan sees, well, hey, sink the American fleet, but you can't stop America from building. Japan cannot, and basically no one could at the time, stop America from building another fleet, is because they could build an American fleet on the Pacific coast. Kaiser Shipbuilding is definitely ramping up and builds a lot, and they can build an American fleet, on the Atlantic. If you hear, they're actually building like some submarines and whatnot in here, and taking them out, smaller ships, taking them out through the St. Lawrence Seaway, not major combatants. They do have some sort of carrier up here, but it's sort of like for training in the Great Lakes. It doesn't leave the Great Lakes. It's too big. It's not like a full-size carrier, but I think it's maybe it's some other ship, but I think it's a carrier they had there. It's for training purposes. But there's no way, they can't keep having raids and sinking or destroying ship producing facilities. So America is always going to be able to build more ships, and so you're not going to win a war with America simply by sinking its fleet, unless somehow you're technologically so much superior. If you have radar and they don't, and you have guided, like the German guided missiles and bombs or something, and America does it, and America is just producing targets, shall we say, and not effective combatants. So I am interested in how America, and I know this isn't accurate, but what could they produce? So I've been limited by the game on my ICs, and if you look back at the earlier episodes of the series, I'm building, not exclusively, but heavily building ICs, trying to ramp up my industry. And then I switched early on over to Navy capital ships so that I have a large Navy, if not at the beginning of the Pacific War, fairly early in the Pacific War, to affect the outcome in the Pacific, as well as be able to function in the Atlantic. So that's what interests me. Not, well, how could, post Ataturk, because I know he's dead by this time, but Turkey rebuild the Ottoman Empire, which of course they're very anti-Ottoman, and they're now pro-Turkic. Not that they wouldn't maybe want to gain some territory back, but the Ottomans ideologically are, yes, they're Turkic peoples, but they're ideologically not culturally. Under Ataturk, you get the idea of wanting to create Turkish nationalism as opposed to Ottoman imperialism, I think is the kindest way to put it. I mean, we can also talk about Kurdish and Armenian genocides, but that's another whole issue. As well as violent expulsion. Because under the Ottoman Empire, there are majority Greek communities along the Turkish coast, including up, I think, on the Black Sea, that once you get, Turkey as nationalism, they get expelled. I mean, they get run out of the country because it's now Turkish and no longer Ottoman, which, the Christians were a second-class status, if you will. I don't know if citizen is the right term, but second-class status, but they were at minimum tolerated, if not, because they were something of a merchant class, I believe, and maybe a cottage industrial class within it. So if not if actually somewhat welcome, but in a second class status sort of situation, is my understanding. Again, I could be wrong. Again, not an Ottoman expert. So I don't know that there's like a realistic wanting to rebuild the Ottoman Empire as a Turkish nationalism. They might want to strategically gain a few, like, oh, they'd love to have something like Cyprus or whatever, because obviously they have half of it now. This day, they'd love to have taken Cyprus and expel all the Greeks and gain some more territory. I'm not saying they wouldn't, but they were interested in being Turkish, nationalistically Turkish at the time. So I don't play war games for that. I play war games, like I say, for how Germany could have done better, how Italy could have done better, how America can do better, or Britain or Japan or whatever. And I know we get unrealistic results, and I know there's some chat going on. I'll look up in a minute at it. Unrealistic results with some of these games, because sometimes you're gaming the game a little bit more than you should, and I do that too. And sometimes it's just a game is somewhat unrealistic in its application. It's trying to be realistic, but it's, and so that's why I play these games and why I have a great interest. Now, hey, if 5,000 people wanted to watch me try to restore the Ottoman Empire, because it's not an objectionable thing for me to do, I would gladly do it because I look at it as a job. But I don't see 5,000 people watching each episode and doing that right now for any of my stuff. But so if you get me a big enough audience, it doesn't have to be 5,000. I'll play just about any country with Hearts of Iron or any Paradox game and enjoy it. It's maybe not what I want to do, but since I don't know how to get that big audience, and when I've tried to play things like EU4 or whatever, and my audience, my viewership just plunges off the cliff. I have a whole series that I never released of us multiplayer. I know a few people really like. Yoshishima Hatsu, I'm probably butchering that name, really like some of the stuff. Just viewership plunges down off the cliff, and so I don't even release the stuff after making the live streams. So that sort of limits me on some of this stuff. So I've got to okay, let's see, decent recall that. Let me scroll back up here a little bit. Okay, June 41. Okay. What if, same here. Yeah, okay, spiraling. Yeah, realistically, they call the Jacobites 75. 45. Not 75, I think you're second coming. Well, the Culloden happens in April 16, 1746. The Jacobite Rising of 1745 starts on August 19th, 1745 at Glenfinnan. Okay, here's Fort William. Glenfinnan would be right up around here. And that's the start of it, is in 1745. The last major battle is outside of Inverness in April 1746. A few days later, they have actually a larger force that gets defeated here, rallies here, Jacobites, but by that time the prince has lost heart and goes into his thing. So let me catch back up to Operation Barbarossa. No, I don't have that date. Okay, I'm a Plastic Ink says, I'm a historian, and good historical fiction gets bad press, but I'm all for it. Good historical. Now, and I mean, well written, but also, like, I really like, he's passed recently, about a year or so ago now, but Dewey Lambden started his main series of books at the American Revolution, and with the hero, goes all the way through to the Napoleonic Wars. And it's a fictional character, he's fictitious captain and a fictitious ship, but he puts whether as a crew member on a ship or the captain of a ship, puts it into very real situations, including like the Battle of Yorktown and the attempt to evacuate the British Army across the stormy night evacuation that fails. And so he's telling very good history by putting a few viewpoint characters that are bouncing around very real history. And you can learn history that way and just realize that the main character isn't a real person. That kind of historical fiction, I think, is great because it's both well written and does history well. Where you get Douglas Riemann, who also, what's his other, Alexander Kent, who I stopped reading his Napoleonic fiction because it was fantasy islands that were created with British governors in revolt against it during the Napoleonic War, and it was just complete fantasy. So even though it was sort of rousing, good, action adventure set in that, it was really bad. Now he may do better as Douglas Riemann in World War II. Yes, I know some of these stuff too well. Better history there because I think he knows it better. And so you get some of the, some of it's uneven, some of it's better. And so I really like good historical fiction that's both well written and good history with just sort of, a good sort of novel read through it. And that just to me is fun. Actual moment to care all, but yeah, subjective opinions. So that's good. 16th June. Okay, don't know. Okay, very good. I'm not sure the dates, facts, not bad. So yeah, no, that's why I get 1745 is from the Jacobite uprising, and I have delved very deeply into it in the past, including not fully 6 months, but I lived in Scotland and I did lots of research wandering around Scotland and meeting people and doing stuff and going places. Can't stand the Neo-Ottoman stuff because they despise their history and what they did to the Christians. Absolutely, ZZ. I'm conflicted very much. I don't hate Turkish people at all. I know we've had a few Turkish viewers here, and I know some of the Turkish people want to be more Western. Those are the ones I generally like, though those are often some of the same sort of nationalistic types. But the sort of fundamentalist types that are sort of coming out of Anatolia, that are fundamentalist Islamic types that support the current Turkish president, I think they're wayward and going in the wrong direction. Okay. Oh, it does. Yeah, it's on the screen itself. Is where it pops up, not in the chat window. So if you watch the screen, you should see the Twitch stuff on YouTube. Okay. Where's the Jack? This Jacobite 1745. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, 45. But it lasts into 1746. One of the best series I watched years back. Shelby Foote, Civil War. Very good, Michael Fox. Yes, I have the books. I've read part of a couple of two of the books. I have all three of his books that he wrote, and I definitely like the Shelby Foote as part of. I forget the guy who actually does the series. Shelby Foote is the main one that they talk to, but the guy who's also did the series on the Prohibition era. I'm blanking on his name now, but so Shelby Foote was just interviewed a lot for that series. Ken Burns, that's it. Yes, there you go, Stuart. Yes. Hey Tony, first gen, good to have you here. So yeah, I've watched several of Ken Burns' documentary series, and they're very good. Yeah, just not good with dates. Yes, yeah, I have to look up the stuff too. But knowing generally this stuff's going on is sort of the key. And for me, being a historian, yeah, dates matter. Not saying you don't, but what really is cause and effect. Is what I look at. What is causing something to happen? What are the effects of that something happens? Causes and effects. That's what's important. So relative dates, relative timing, I'm reasonably good with. I couldn't tell you right offhand the date of Falkirk, or I could sort of make the Battle of Falkirk, or the Battle of Preston Pans, all part of the 45, and I'd have to look those up to give you the exact dates. But I know the sort of beginning and ending dates of the campaign. So I'm not good on rattling off facts and figures from my head, but I could describe to you how the battles take place, even though I haven't really read a description of either of those battles in 20 years. So it's how and why and what happens kind of thing more than dates and facts and people did this and people, person did that kind of thing. Okay, small warship surface radar, which is probably grayed out. Let's look here. I think would metallurgy be good? Yeah, let's do metal. I know we're getting on, and Arna's probably gotten bored because the war hasn't started yet. But I have fun talking with you guys. Okay, we're getting more and more less likely of selling off our resources. Warship air surface radar. Okay, and yes, both of these surface and air search. And interception tactics, that would be under air. Okay, 42. Let's move. Let's do air superiority. And we can also do ground attack. That would be... No new tank models yet from when we last looked. I have not had any of those come up. Metal destroyer crew training. They're mostly doing crew training and command and control type stuff. Destroyer crew training 43. Yeah, let's stop that. We can move over to spotting. Get better spotting. Okay, reducing down. So we're going through the upgrades sort of slowly, but there we're getting down to the reinforcements. Now, what do you say? What do you say? We're going to mobilize. Bonus to all it gives a bonus to all reinforcements for 45 days to fully mobilize reserves. Need 131 manpower. We have the manpower, so let's do it. Let's get our divisions mobilized now. Does the game take into account the... I don't think so. Do you have to research some text to alleviate the problem? I don't think so, Michael. No, I've not played as America, and they may be an event. There very well may be an event. Oh, now we need more consumer goods. Okay. Oh, because we're mobilizing. That's why we need more consumer goods. There may be an event that nerfs the effectiveness for a while of submarines. So that may be a thing. I've not played America beyond. I've not played America before. If you think the series was good, could you read Shelby Foote's Narrative History Civil War 3 volumes? This is one of the... Like I say, I have the books. I bought them used years ago, and I've read parts of 2 of the books. Not the majority of 2 of the books, but parts of them. Informative. Yeah, I think it's very good. I just haven't taken the time to, quite honestly, I'm not reading as much as I used to. I listen to more audiobooks than I read nowadays. Oh, come on, pause. Okay. Export of tungsten. Nope. We're getting surpluses on some of these destroyer escort roll advances. I'm not going to do specialization because I don't think we need that as bad as Britain would, or possibly Germany. Not that we don't need it, but where's destroyer escort? Oh, up here. Yeah. I think we're just going to try to do overwhelming of it. Okay. Well, now we have light armored car or light armored thing, so we can check out light armor. You know, that may be enough of a. Well, let's go over looking at some of these 42. Advanced armored designs or optics. Let's go with advanced armored designs. Now it would be worthy to look at light armored brigades. Let's see. The M3A3 Stuart. Don't remember what it was before, but that's what it's saying is our current light armor. And I presume it would also be similar for the battalion. That goes. Very good. Actually, this next week, Slytherin's channel, which company else bought, and it's something of a separate division, but it's quite honestly more of a marketing difference. Matrix Games, which still exists, like I say. We're doing a all next week. We're actually Saturday or Monday through to Sunday of next week. We are, I don't know if there's been some personnel changes, and I don't know how well everything's running, and how well they're putting up the schedules on Slytherin's Twitch channel. But we're doing a special to Gary Grigsby, featuring one of the games. I'm going to be doing the final one on Sunday, because it's the one I have and I know is War in the East 2. But they will be streaming, one of the days will be War in the Pacific Admirals Edition and all of the other, but partially because I know another company started dealing with Steel Panthers, even though they still have a Steel Panthers product on Matrix. They just don't, in my opinion, give it enough love, and there are it's on hold, meaning there's no work being done on Steel Tigers, which is their follow on to Steel Panthers. But Gary Grigsby's work that Matrix has a thing with, so we'll be featuring, so you might want to look for the streams, and you can watch them as VODs next week, if you're interested in watching that. God, I never stop. I read one novel and the majority of Rob Bennett's Wars of Alexander Successors Volume 1 this week. Yeah, I used to read more. We weren't playing that last week. Weren't we playing that last week? Last week I was playing Panzer Corps 2. Last week I was doing that. John Guild Thunder on the Danube. 1909 is a pretty good trilogy too. On Slytherin, yeah. So that's going to be on Slytherin. So I'm just doing the one War in the East, but XTRG is the other guy. He's going to be handling the rest, because the other streamers don't yet. I may have War in the East 1, but I don't have the other games, and I'm not really familiar with them. So the only one that I'm reasonably good with was War in the East 2, so that's why I ended up getting that one. But I was the only one other than XTRG who had enough familiarity with the games and wanted to do it. I'm really proud that I get to stream on Slytherin's channel. I know it's, as Twitch channels go, and sometimes it's also put over onto YouTube, is small compared to something like Paradox's channel in viewership, but I'm proud of my association with Slytherin, because they are a real war games company. Even when I'm playing something like Starship Troopers, which is a very good game. I was doing that earlier this week. Fun game. I mean, obviously it's not a historical. Okay, we're going to get over to some of these. Infantry firepower focus, we'll do that. Basically, I guess getting M1 Garands out to our infantry, but yeah. Strategy Gaming Dojo is the guy too. He knows a lot and does a lot, playthroughs and tutorials. Very good. I've read about Napoleonic against the Hepburgs last war. Yeah, I would recommend, if you want Napoleonic era fiction, I would recommend a very, very good series by Dewey Lambden. It's sort of the Alan Leary novels, but Dewey Lambden, I think that's his only real works. I have all of his books. Last couple were just in digital. Also, I like Dudley Pope's Ramage series. He was a World War II vet, lived on his boat for years, and also wrote good book on guns. But he did a really good, really enjoyable historical fiction. Maybe not as quite historical as Dewey Lambden, but very good still. And of course, you have Horatio Hornblower stuff is also a good sort of starting the modern genre of historical fiction. Getting there. The hours are going by. Getting closer to World War II. Capital ship. Okay, that will be grayed out, so I'm not going to bother looking for that. We're going to do more of these 42 technologies. Bernard Cornwell Sharp. That's another good one. Yeah. Bernard Cornwell is a good historian. I think they did a really good. I haven't read the books. I've read all the Sharp books. I haven't read his Anglo-Saxon Chronicles book that the Last Kingdom series that was done on television. I saw that and I thought that was really good history based around that Bernard Cornwell series on the U.S. Civil War in the same vein. And I've not read that one either, and I know he's done that as well. The only thing I've really read of his, I started one of his Merlin series, and for some reason, I don't know, I just started it and I dropped reading it. I don't remember why specifically. It wasn't terribly, I was just the starting of it, and it's sort of weird. Not that it would have been bad, but I just sort of, I don't remember exactly why I lost interest in it. But I've read all of the Sharp, and of course I watched the Sharp TV series way back when. The only what is the I'm trying to the guy who stars in it. I always blank on names. The Winter King, yeah, Winter King, yes. What's Starbuck Chronicles? Yes, that's right. As soon as I don't know what's who starred in the Sharp series and a bunch of other things. The actor, but it's one of the things he doesn't die in. He mostly dies in stuff. Gun ability. Okay, yes. Getting our it ain't Arthur's shield bearer. Sean Bean. No, yeah. Yeah, Sean. Is it Bean? Yeah. Sean. What? Yeah. One of the ones he doesn't die in. He dies in a lot of this stuff. Hey, Impact X Easy. How you doing? I was listening to your history lessons in the background while playing my own. Yeah, you can just listen to me. I mean, there's stuff to see on the screen, but you don't need to. Just curious on how you became so knowledgeable on World War II history. Okay, how I became so knowledgeable on World War II history. Okay, that'll have to wait for another episode. Live streams keep going to go here, but we're chopping this into episodes, so just don't want them to get too long. So we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. If you want to hear how I got so good on history, you're going to have to come back next episode. We'll be covering that at the beginning and then continuing into the game. So see you everyone next time for yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to continue here, and I will answer that question. It's an interesting story. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice with playing America. I know we're looking at Italy right now, but we're going to be doing it. And I was Impact Easy asked me a question here in chat because we're doing this live. He says, "Hey Gamer, love listening to your history lessons in the background while playing my own. Hoy, just curious on how you became so knowledgeable of World War II." Okay. Hey, Tony, first gen, have a good time. Thanks for being here. Well, how I became so knowledgeable. Well, when I was in kindergarten, well, even before I was in kindergarten. Now, kindergarten here in America, I found out in Europe it's a bit different. You go into a sort of, it's school, so the first year you're 5 years old. Well, even before then, I like to watch war movies. And, being that age, you're not getting too much of understanding it, and the difference between some of the wars were lost on me. But watching war movies as a kid, I mean, my dad likes them well enough, but he's not a big enthusiast or anything. I'm much more so. So it wasn't really like taught it by my parents. It was really liked war movies and got into this. And so this is before I'm even 5 years old. Well, I remember as a kid going to kindergarten, and sometimes, I don't know if it was like once a week or once every other week or something. So I think like on Fridays, the class would sort of walk as a group a few blocks to the local public library that had a fairly large kids section. Well, I got permission to not be in the kids section because I wanted to go over into the military war section of, small public library, but to a kid, it's a lot of books. And as a 5-year-old, I would go in there and look and get the ones that had pictures in them, in the book. So I would, take the book off the shelf, sit right next to the sort of in the, not, right just below the bookshelf, and the teacher knew where I was, and I'd sit over there. I'd take the book off the shelf and I'd open up, and I would be able to basically look at the pictures and read the captions. I wasn't really not that my reading comprehension wasn't great, but it was probably better than average. And so I wasn't trying to sit there and read the bulk of the text. It was just the captions to the pictures and sort of getting an idea. That is where I started when I started reading and knowing about history. So I'm now in my 50s. So back when I was at least 5 years old, I was reading history books, not very well, and I'm not trying to make it out that I'm some sort of super great prodigy and knew everything. But I had the general idea of World War II, and also at around that time, and I know the history because especially things like Ultra were still secret, and they didn't know about it. And other better histories have come along since, but it's still a great series, and was the greatest or best thing at the time was World at War. It was a television series. I believe it was done by Thames Television in Britain, narrated by Laurence Olivier, or Sir Laurence Olivier. And I watched that, and this is before VHS tapes. I mean, videotape existed, but not in VHS or beta format. I mean, that was years and years down the road. So whenever it was on TV, on PBS, Public Broadcasting System, or whatever it was on, and I knew about it, as a kid, and around those ages, around 5, 6, whatever years old, I watched that, and I would still highly recommend. It's been 20 or more years since I watched the series, so, but I still think it holds up. So I would recommend watching that to get a basic understanding of World War II, and it'd be better because I'm sure I didn't watch it in chronological order. And it's not even, sometimes they'll break out and sort of like just do the, a few years together as the Battle of the Atlantic. So it isn't all just, chronological order. It's taking sort of chunks of it and looking at it. So you have the DVD set. Well, very good, Impact Easy. And so I would highly recommend that. And so getting all of that got me going down this path. Some of my education is formal on, then, because we call it college in America, but in university, and it was at a university. I did take a course on World War II, but it was just a general survey course, I would call it, just a basic course. It wasn't bad, but some of the classes were like, one of the days they had us watch Mrs. Miniver. Wasn't a bad idea, but, so it was just sort of, shall we say, normie's introduction. Didn't use the term at the time, didn't even exist yet, but normie's introduction to World War II might be the idea for that course on history. I did take other general history courses. Now I did have an upper division history course for a whole semester just on Adolf Hitler. There was like I don't know, 13, 14 students in that class. And it was the main thing that we were graded upon was a paper that we each got. We had to be about Hitler, but we each wrote a paper, and mine was on the rise of Hitler. And I know I've been asked for this, and it may exist typed out somewhere, but in some file, but I don't know that it even exists anymore, so I can't get it to you. I got files and boxes put away in storage, and it might exist there, but nothing I can really dig up. If I ever come across it, I'll photocopy it or scan it into the computer and turn it into text file. But so I had the course, specifically on Adolf Hitler, and there was no textbook for it. It was a lecture course, but it wasn't a lecture course. It was because again it's so small. It was a discussion course, and we each had to pick a topic about Hitler. And which unlike now, my research really starts from 36 onward because of my modding for Hearts of Iron 3, sub mod for Third Reich events. If you don't know, people, but my topic was on Hitler's rise to power, so leading up to. In that course, leading up to 1933. And I was one of the main talkers in the class, probably the one that talked the most. And so the teacher knew I knew the history well enough. Well, when I turned in my paper, I don't know, I had like 3 or 4 footnotes. And instead of failing me, he turned it back, because I turned it in on time or whatnot, but not early enough for it to like a rewrite on time. But he said, "Go put in more footnotes." Because I did. I just wrote this from memory. I didn't look the stuff up because I literally sat there and wrote the paper from just basically. Oh, I looked up a date or two because as discussing, I don't keep all the dates in my head. And those are maybe the couple of footnotes I did. Now go back and find some footnotes and reference points for this stuff because he knew I knew it. He knew I didn't just make this stuff up or I didn't just copy it from somebody else. He knew I knew the history well enough, and I still have the main book I used was Charles Flood's biography of Hitler and dealing with his early years. So, I don't remember all of them because everyone had to photocopy enough copies of their papers for the rest of the students to read. So everybody read everybody's paper. The one that sort of sticks out in my mind was an architect student, and he talked about the Bauhaus architecture movement and its relations to National Socialism and Hitler. I don't remember much of it, but just I remember that one thing. So, and some people looked at different. I think one woman who may have been a psychology professor tried to look at, psychoanalyze Hitler or something. There were a few other things like that, but mine was specifically on his rise to power, how a foreigner, an Austrian, rises to power in Germany, and all of that stuff. So, I have formal classes in history in World War II, as well as, but overwhelming as you can tell, because yes, I did learn things in that Hitler course, but I was at least as qualified, if not more qualified, than the teacher to teach the course in history on Hitler. He wasn't like some super expert or anything on Hitler. I mean, he knew about him. Trust me, he knew about him and read more than a few books, biographies or whatever on Hitler. I'm sure, but wasn't like some super expert on it. So yeah, so that's sort of my background in World War II. So it goes back to being at least 5 years old and fascinated by World War II, and watching documentaries. Through all this time. So yeah, that's my background on World War II, and it's as much or more self-taught than anything formally. Mr. Burns, he's a very Charles Burns, a very good history. Ken Burns. Okay. So current level of IC efficiency is now down to that. All right. So yeah. I am just fascinated by it. It is, and it's accessible. The American Civil War, Yeah, I know the Crimean War does predate the, because what is it, 1850 something, and there are photographs from the Crimean War. But with Matthew Brady, though he owns the studio, because you have periodically in some quote unquote Matthew Brady photos, you see Matthew Brady in them, not necessarily always posed like posing for the camera, but just sort of there, and in them has been identified. So the Matthew Brady studio would be more appropriate. Is the most well-known photographer of World War, or the American Civil War. And I sort of think of the American Civil War as sort of the real first photographed war. And yes, there's film of World War One for sure, but it's more, I would do it akin to like what the Crimea was to photography, still photography. World War One was to motion picture photography of actual sort of the war, and it's around, and you can see, like, I really love See an Arsenal here, the channel on YouTube, where they take a gun like the Mauser Gewehr 98 and spend 40 minutes to an hour plus talking about the development of the gun, how the gun works, shooting the gun, and how it was used in the war, as in what armies used it and all that kind of stuff. Really good. So if you want to get 40 minutes to an hour of a good history of a particular small arm, they're a great one. And they'll show clips of war footage now and again, but it's rare. More it's photography for World War One. I mean, I bought at auction years and years ago, and I still have them. 100 plus World War One photos that are, actual photos from World War One that weren't, most of them, at least some of them, maybe 20% of them were actually sort of, published wouldn't be, because they're not printed, but they're, multiple shot, photographed exposures. So these aren't like printed from a newspaper or in a book with, dots. These are, actual exposed photographs from World War One, but a bunch are unique from World War One. So there's lots of World War One photography, but film is, very, very limited on World War One. Even behind the scene, troops just marching around or whatever, non-combat but military or footage, it exists. And you can get enough to get, to sort of have battleships sailing around or whatever, but it's not like World War II. So as a young age, being able to absorb movies and documentaries, and you also, of course, have sound, so whether it's like, the sound recording, I know I have, there's a 2-volume set that was published, I don't know, the 60s or 70s books on World War II, and in it comes you have to have a record player, but comes a record, or is it one or two records, and like one of the tracks on it is an actual audio recording of Churchill's speech, we'll fight them on the beaches and whatever. So it's the first one that you can really sort of get sound connected to film and whatnot, so it's accessible on it. So you're very welcome, and I think it's interesting, and so that is why, and of course it is a globally altering event. World War II, obviously it's a world, and it's that much. So it's not like, the Vietnam War, which and also there's a lot of stuff published and have been published on World War II. World War II seemed to fascinate people much more than other wars, especially for the people even that participate in it. Because you look at even the 50s and the 60s, with a lot of people of the generation a lot of them who fought in the war, but who were definitely alive during the war, bought books like that, and large numbers of books that were published, compared to the amount of books that were published on World War One. After it, World War One is just a fraction of the books compared to World War II published on, during the, the first 10 or 20 years post the war. I mean, obviously you have them. You have like Rommel's Infantry Attacks, which I've read a few times. Looking back, but it's World War II seems so much more published for the generation that actually fought it, that people wanted to read about it. And maybe it's because, yeah, the guy in the 3rd Infantry Division, or the guy in, out in the Pacific on a ship or whatever, knows everything about what he did. Maybe he, took down a diary, knows, what it's like to be in that part of the narrow focus of what you're looking out of. But if you're on a ship, whether it's a battleship or a supply ship, you may want to know what happened in that battle that you were in, because all you remember is shoving rounds up into the the gun, or aiming the Orlican at the incoming kamikazes, and yeah, it's a traumatic moment, but you want to learn about the battle that you participated in, because all you remember is sitting on the side of an aircraft carrier shooting your Orlican gun, and it's a something of a traumatic moment, just because there's adrenaline going and you're shooting down kamikazes. Even if nothing bad happened to you or your carrier, it's still doing it. But you want to know about the the campaign that carrier was in, and what you were doing, because you're just a small cog in it. That maybe there's more of an interest of that, and since it's global, so there's so much. I think Vietnam had a far greater global impact than people realize, perhaps much due to certain key people involved would happen if the war lost or not. Okay, now I almost started to use Vietnam. I would say no. I mean, it had a big impact, but really it's just it's a major point in the greater Cold War, and it needs to be understood in that context. My dad, who did not go to Vietnam, he was just slightly a little old, and specifically didn't want to, partially because of my mother's insistence that said, if you go to Vietnam, I won't marry you. Not that wouldn't maybe ever marry you, but I won't marry you and then you go off to Vietnam, kind of thing. So he actually got a job for the Navy Department, and he ended up a career working as a civilian for the Department of Defense. So he, military adjacent, but he was a bit old. To go, but would have been one of the older guys, but still of the possible generation to go. And so he didn't go, but he knew a lot of veterans, of course. And I was probably about the 90s or so, he read a bunch of books on Vietnam that, just look at different experiences within it. The Vietnam War is important. Probably in its impact, I would put Korea as a bigger impact, as a hard stopping point to Soviet push out. World War II is not as interesting as World War III. Hello, Ragar. How you doing? Well, we haven't had World War III yet, so now it may be starting, but if it's starting, it's sort of in the days of Japan invading China era, that in 1938 or whatever, 37, 38. In that it's yet to break out and spread into general great powers shooting at each other. We have a great power, which Japan was a great power in the 1930s. One of the minor of the great powers, but still a great power. We have a great power invading a minor power. Ukraine is at best a minor power. It's not. It was a corrupt state. It is a corrupt state, but it isn't a failed state. Like you find in places in Africa, or most of Africa, to one degree or another. But I would say I would say South Africa is trying to become a failed state as quickly, as fast as possible. The only nation that is either post-colonial or post-white governed, because we can put Rhodesia's unilateral Declaration of Independence is, in my opinion, post-colonial, and South Africa's apartheid government was post-colonial, in my opinion, defines the only one that is doing better than it did under colonial government, to my knowledge, in sub-Saharan Africa, non-Arabic Africa, however you want to look at it, is Botswana. And it's a underpopulated sort of desert country that's actually doing pretty damn great from what I hear. I mean, it's doing better than it did under colonial government, but that's sort of a unique situation out of that. And so, but I would say just because of So we don't yet have World War III because we don't yet have two great powers even fighting each other directly. This is more like Japan has invaded China and Germany or the Soviet Union or America, because those sort of the order of it, is supplying supplies to China to keep China in the fight, but nobody's directly challenging Japan war in the country. So that's where I would put this. And these kinds of things have been happening for hundreds of years. And it's only sometimes do they break out into a greater war between great powers, and whether it becomes globally done or a true world war is yet to be seen. It may. People are trying new weapon systems to prepare for the real deal. Yeah, people are giving all kinds of weapon systems. I'm surprised at how much have been given in there that is obviously going to fall into both the hands of the Russians and the Chinese, like the NLAWs and other things. If they didn't already, they're going to get working examples of and take apart and look at in details, which either will help them develop better weapons similar for themselves and or help them build countermeasures to said weapons. As wars fade into history, people look at it and assign simplistic descriptions. Yes, that's quite true. It was good or it was bad or it was bloody. You have to view it in absolutely. Now I will say, like in World War I, we do have the inability of political leaders who aren't facing, for the most part, I would say, you can maybe argue a couple, but for the most part, aren't facing an existential threat. Meaning, in 1916, the Kaiser could come out and announce publicly a willingness to negotiate a settlement or that wouldn't collapse. I don't think it would in 1916 collapse, because Kaiser's Germany or even the Austrian Kaiser are not nearly as a brittle regime as Russia is. Oh, good, we got some carrier air groups. I think that is more or less full. Okay. Where? I don't. Okay. CV Yorktown. Okay. Oh no, it just. I don't know. I'm gonna hope most of these carrier air wings are full. So we have a few more carriers over here, I think. Okay, we have one carrier air wing for anti-submarine patrol on that. We have a CVL for that. That carries just one. Okay, we have the Intrepid we put here. Okay, did I also throw in? Okay, we have here. We have the Franklin and the Intrepid. Let's move. We're trying to set up another proper CV, not a CVL group. I do have a group of CVLs sitting over on the East Coast, but oh, since okay, okay, we gotta land them into here, I guess, and then we'll stage them out. Do a carrier. Put them in here and. Yeah, fleet destroyer is a good option. That's the AI doing a good job, and fleet destroyer, right? That's a good option. We're in the looks of Spanish Civil War Mark II. People are trying to whip. Okay. Yeah, okay, so nothing new in chat. I'm just checking. And particularly governments became complacent. Post-Cold War, thinking that Big Daddy America with its nuclear weapons are going to protect us and we're all good and we don't have to worry about defending ourselves. Let's stick you here. We can put a heavy, well, I guess a heavy cruiser. How fast that's going to be. You don't want to, okay, max speed 33 knots, and I think that'll be close to what this is. Let's see, rapid 34 knots. Yeah, that's close enough. I don't need to be, right. I feel like history is repeating itself even though it doesn't. Oh, I say history. Yeah, I know people want to argue. It doesn't repeat, it rhymes. No, you know, we know it doesn't exactly repeat, but it's close enough. It's historical models. The Hong Kong situation I see now, Czech Republic before. Taiwan, I feel, is Poland in our time. Well, yeah, I might put, because of the reluctance of the, unlike, there wasn't reluctance by the people for Austria, but I would put Czechoslovakia more. I mean, I would put okay, well, I guess that's it for tag groups. So this won't be too many. Yeah, we could hold 4, but we're gonna have 3 here. Okay, at least we'll have some. You come back in there. I would put Hong Kong more like Austria, and Taiwan more like the Czech Republic. If we're gonna try to model them in, and there is not even a minority. There is no to the best of my knowledge, there is no significant like political movement in Hong Kong. I mean, in Taiwan, that is pro-unification with China. I know the Chinese nationalists, and I forget some of the details of the sort of older conservatives, actually were thinking of trying to reunify, as opposed to, you know, waiting for the communists to collapse and then getting back all of China, or somehow reconquering China. You know, we're actually thinking that China was going to be authoritarian but no longer communist, and we could maybe reunify. That party and that element of it, to my best of my knowledge, has collapsed. I mean, the party still exists, but none of them are like really pushing for unification, especially watching what happened in Hong Kong recently. So even those that were more for rapprochement, as opposed to the idea of setting up a truly independent Taiwan forever, you know, being modern day Austrian, that yeah, we speak German sort of kinda, but we're not Germans, we're Austrians. No, we're not Germans, we're Austrians. I think the Taiwanese, for the most part, there is not like, you don't, overwhelmingly, I would say the Sudeten Germans wanted reunification even under the Nazis. I'm not saying 90%, 80 or 90% of the Sudeten Germans were all truly Nazis in true belief. They just saw the Nazis as the party that was going to get them unification. And so whatever the personal beliefs, and I don't know that anybody's ever done it or could do a historical look of what the actual belief system of these former German members of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Austrian part of it, really sort of believed. They probably were not lovers of democracy or something like that. They probably, you know, good state authoritarianism. But I think they just saw the sort of outward signs of National Socialism as being uber Germanism and wanted to jump on that bandwagon, I bet you there were a lot more Catholics, strong religious believers that would not have wanted to go down. I see that more strongly in Austria. Catholics, the more they got exposed to National Socialism, the less National Socialism they liked. Then they might have liked the Fatherland Front, which I don't know. I'm maybe adjusting my opinion on how fascistic they were. Whether more nationalistic or more fascistic, I'm not sure. I've had one German speaker go in and truly try to look, and they really don't seem to use the term fascism for themselves. That makes me, or something like that, into their period of literature. That's sort of the key. What do they call themselves? Hong Kong should be part of China. Why? It's a British colony. Hong Kong was a bare fucking rock, basically, before the British showed up. And the peninsula that they got in the New Territories 100-year treaty was largely uninhabited too, but maybe not quite a bare rock that Hong Kong was when they got it. Well, religion is always an important part of politics because religion, look, there is difference between believing in a God and not. And there's a difference between believing either in a particular religion or a particular church and whether you believe in God or not. But even if you don't believe in a particular church and you don't even believe in the existence of God, I would argue most all Dutchmen and women, we just use the term Dutchman here in America or whatever, but are in essence culturally Protestant. Notice I said culturally Protestant. I'm not saying, because I know Arno is here and he's not a religious believer, and that's fine. This isn't my view of religion. This is my understanding it. And Protestantism is a reforming, and I've, as I've been thinking about this more and more, and cultures that turned Protestant wanted reform. Now, they were talking in religion, and religion in those days was structurally part of your life and controlling elements of your life, and that they had monasteries that had huge amounts of land that then religious people worked on it for the monastery. So people were the church governed a lot of things and whatnot. So I'm not going into that in detail, but they saw the corruption in the institutions and didn't like the corruption, and maybe very strongly believed in the mission of the church and believed in God. And a lot of Calvinists and others strongly probably believed in God as strongly or more strongly than popes at the time did. I'm not saying the popes didn't, but I think their belief may have been even stronger. Wanted reforming, and had the church been willing to reform its corruption as they saw it, they might, the majority of the population might, not the dogmatic, Calvin himself or whoever, but might have been able to willing to stay with the church structure. But those that didn't reform or reforming institutions was a second priority over I don't know whether you want to call it belief in institutions, belief in the way. So they were willing to accept the corruption of the church because it was the church, and that God or some higher power, if they thought it was important, they would, strike down the Pope who's corrupt or something. It might not be strike down by, a lightning strike from the sky, but, give them a heart attack or cancer or whatever. If God wanted to get rid of the corrupt people, if that was the important thing. And I think this, and I'm trying to look at the viewpoint of the people at the time here. And so culturally, the religions matter. And they matter politically because politics comes out of culture. So you if you're from a Protestant or reforming country that wants to reform corruption, not that there's no corruption in British politics or German politics, and corruption isn't necessarily, and if you look, a lot of the stuff looked at like 18th century corruption, which I've read about, isn't necessarily like somebody taking an illegal bribe. It's just, it's corrupt in that it's not illegal necessarily. It's just like looking out of the interests of your friends, if you will. Not like the necessary, the corruption. I'm looking at in the broad picture. Doesn't always mean that somebody's done something illegal. It's just they've done something in their self-interest, shall we say. Vote in a certain way, not because someone bribed them specifically, but or whether, or whatever, but they vote in their self-interest as opposed to the interest of the nation as a whole or whatever. And willing to accept whether it's legal or illegal corruption. It's like Strong Arms or Starstreak, whoever may be still here. The current Prime Minister of New Zealand, when she was first elected to office, had something, and I'm going to butcher this up, but had something like $40,000 in the bank. And she's, I don't know, paid something like $60,000 or $100,000 or whatever dollars a year, so some amount a year. And now she has $28 million in a bank. And there is no possible way, and this is, she's publicly reported, there is no possible way on her salary that even if she lived without spending a dime, that she could take her earned salary income and put it in the bank and have interest payments to give her the $28 million or whatever. She has money that she has sitting in the bank. Not that she invested in a house or whatever else. And I probably have some of this wrong. So, if you want to correct me either now or if you're watching later, go ahead, correct me. But don't hit me hard if I'm getting some of these details wrong. But the point stands up. She has no possible way that she could have this money simply by working at her job and putting the money away in the bank. Now, does that mean she's broken any laws? Probably not. She's probably been super careful that either herself or her lawyers or whatever have looked at every single law and make sure she hasn't broken a single law. But maybe she knew, because of what she knows, what stocks to invest in. Or maybe somebody just walked up to her and said, if you invest in Boeing, it's gonna, help your stock portfolio. And because they heard that Australia is going to buy 10 Boeing jets, and so it's going to peak up a little bit or whatever. So I'm not saying that somebody's like illegally handed her a bunch of cash, or that some Pfizer or some other sort of drug company has paid her a lot of money to buy their products to then inject into the arms for good or bad reasons into New Zealand citizens, so she's getting a cut out of it. I'm not saying that at all, but maybe since she knows that they were going to be doing that and that company's going to make a lot of money, she's invested in it. So I can't, and I saved a Truman quote, you can't make money in politics if you're honest, or something like that, words to that effect. And he said it much more eloquently. And Truman is one of the, yes, we were talking about your prime minister in New Zealand, how she starts out with like $40,000 or something when she first is elected, and now she has $28 million in the bank or something that she couldn't possibly get on her salary. stored up, even if she didn't have any expenses, personal expenses. So, you know, Reformation countries want reform to corruption. Whether it's what they're doing isn't necessarily illegal. And most Western people, I would say about 90+% of Western people to this day accept that it is allegorical, but accept the Bible story as to creation. It was a Catholic priest who first put out the Big Bang Theory. I know there is a TV series that mocks religion called that, but that is a religious theory. And they have supposed proofs of it. I'm not saying it's incorrect, but I'm not enough to judge how they supposedly found evidence of the Big Bang Theory. But that there was originally nothing, and something, God or the universe itself, or however you want to describe it, created a Big Bang, and there was creation, and it created everything. And so that creation story, not, whether it's God or whether it's just sort of evolved, but they sort of believe that, as opposed to the steady state theory, in that there was never a Big Bang. It has always been this way, and it's just cycling through. But that there is a creation myth, a creation story, and the fundamentals of it are believed by most people in the West. Not maybe that God exists and God created Adam and then he created an Eve, but that there was this sort of evolutionary process that's just a oversimplification of the sort of reason for existence. So, yeah, well, I wasn't trying to comment on her looks or other things. I was just keeping to the essence of things. Okay, well, we need to let's go to needs of ramping this up, because we're getting nearer and nearer to December 7th. Heavy ground group training, heavy bomber. So I would say religion informs us more than most people want to admit. And notice I just be clear. I'm not saying that any religion is right or wrong, or the correct one, or the right, or the only one that's correct, or whatever my personal beliefs are. I'm looking at it generally. So, not Sharia. I don't know how closely Sharia is tied to Muhammad or tied to Arabic. And those are two different. I know Muhammad was an Arab, but to Arab cultural viewpoints. I don't know there. I know you asked about Sharia. But the general justice ethos of the Western society, and I know particularly in Anglo society, not just, but the great Anglosphere, is very Abrahamic. And I mean that as in, Abraham and the Jews, an eye for an eye, and modified it, as well as, do unto others as you would have them do unto you kind of thing, but very sort of Abrahamic justice system that we have comes out of the Jewish religion, and not coming out of the Greek pantheon or the Roman pantheon. Is in Rome sort of kind of merges with Greek, but Zeus and Juno are two different gods, and Neptune and Poseidon are two different gods with two different origin stories, and both gods of seas, but if you look into them, they actually have different sort of attributes, so they're different sort of, but they're not out of the Greek or the Roman or out of the like Norse mythologies or other things. Our justice system comes from Judeo-based justice out of that religious text that informed Western judicial and very much looking at, including the Nuremberg trials, comes out of a, I know once you sort of throw that in, but Jewish, and it's not, I don't mean it in that sort of way, but comes out of a very Christian sort of justice system, in that, yes, the most heinous were hanged, but none were burnt alive, that went through a justice system. They were hung or they were shot, meaning quick, and, maybe, being shot might be painful briefly, but not being tortured. You're not being hanged, drawn, and quartered for doing all that evil that you did. You're not being slowly burnt alive or some other torturous death. It's sort of a quick and merciful death, or a long imprisonment, or a short imprisonment. So religion does infect culturally all of that stuff. So I'm, and now because and I'll get to Plastic Gangsta's comments here in just a second. Because I am not of the Middle Eastern culture, I'm of the Western culture. I am a Western chauvinist. I'm not trying to make the world the West, because if you had just one culture, I think that would actually be a negative thing. And I know I've said this a lot, but there's obviously new people watching periodically. So if you're evaluating something Western versus whether it's Japanese, Arabic, or Eastern Orthodox versus Western, now I'm closer to Eastern Orthodox Christian viewpoint, cultural viewpoints, than I am to, Muslim viewpoints, or Indian, or sub-Saharan African viewpoints, or whatever. So the closer you are to my Western value system, the more I'm in favor of it versus somebody else's value system. Not to say that I want it squashed, or I'm anti Sharia taking over my country as a or other Western countries as a legal system, as a whatever. If you're coming to my country, you would presumably be adopting my legal system of my country. And great, if you don't want to live in that legal system, don't fucking come to my country. I am not the type of person, and yes, we can, mass human sacrifices and minor amounts of cannibalism. Basically, they ate the heart ceremoniously on a few things. It wasn't like a common cannibalism, to my knowledge, at least for the Aztecs, but meaning thousands or tens of thousands of people killed in a day in mass human sacrifices in there. Yeah, so if you're having a mass human sacrifice religion wherever you are on the planet, or you're doing common cannibalism, yeah, I sort of kind of think we'll kill millions of people invading your country to stop this practice, because we don't want this to go on generation after generation after generation. So there is a limit of live and let live in some other parts of the country that I am for. I am for a certain level of do-gooding. I don't know that America should be the one to stop every genocide everywhere, but yes, it would be good to not have genocide, and I would be willing to have America do some of the attempts, but they need to be smart, and they need to be handled well, and they need to be handled realistically and not too idealistically. We have to, discourage, I'm thinking like the Rwandan genocide or something. I don't know, because how quickly that happened. I don't know, other than simply trying to counter genocide the other side. I really don't know if there's a really good Western response to that. I just don't know enough about it. I know there's a movie, Hotel Rwanda. These people, and the West response, I've known people. They wouldn't call me friends, because probably 10 days after I met them, they had forgotten my name. But, had drinks in a bar with at least one foreign legionnaire who dropped in Kilowazi, or however you pronounce it, there, as well documented, and hung out with it. Personally sitting drinking in a bar with him in years past. and others, as well as reading books about, Mike Hoare and the Wild Geese Mercenaries. So some of it is that, but I personally met some of these people that have served in Rhodesia, served in the Belgian Congo now. I don't know if any of them were the Wild Geese guys, but like this one guy was a French Foreign Legionnaire. So I've literally known some of these people, not just, some of them I've been in the audience, and when they give little talks about their things, so I sort of vaguely met. But I sat down and had drinks for hours with some of these people, and some of the people I didn't know who they were, and they were Bob or they were Sam or whatever, but not quite sure exactly what they fit in or where, because one, I wasn't so rude to ask details and just hanging out with them. And two, they weren't necessarily forthcoming. Not that they wouldn't have been if asked, but it just wasn't the thing. But I think some of them were specifically not wanting to talk about some of their various involvements at different times. And this is several different events that I was being able to be around as a young man, and some of the people that I've known that there. And so these fucking people here, and the fucking West's response against Western, yes, white, attempts post-colonial, independence, or, trying to establish some sort of governing order into these regions that fucked things up so badly that I'm going, you want to send in troops to stop Rwandans from butchering the other half of Rwanda? You fucking people have fucked it up so badly before, I wasn't, but people were trying to solve the problems here, yes, with a gun, because other people had guns and pangas, and which are a type of machete, but machete is a Mexican word, and butchering large groups of people, and not just white people, butchering large groups of people before, all in ethnic groups. But no, they didn't want to get involved, and they wanted to stop the people that were trying to solve the problem. So I'm just fucking over this Western carrying of Rwandan genocide. Oh, fuck. But yeah, at some extent, yes, if it's done right, I'm for an intervention. But otherwise, if Saudi Arabia wants to be Saudi Arabia, no real women's rights, no real whatever, well, fine, let it be. And the guest workers that show up, bad things happen to them. Well, don't be a guest worker. Publicize it and go, hey, yeah, if you're going to be a guest worker and you're a woman, you're probably going to be raped by whoever in Saudi Arabia. So, now maybe being raped in Saudi Arabia is better than just living in the Philippines, because it sucks living in the Philippines. But I don't want to invade Saudi Arabia to turn it into some liberal woke democracy, or try to save the planet from stopping their pollution or whatever the crap that's going to be happening in a few years once they get around to pushing these viewpoints on that we got to change Saudi Arabia or whatever because they don't allow women to have abortions. Because I believe abortions are illegal in Saudi Arabia. So in some case, yes, country. Now, if you're in a very evil country and you have nuclear weapons, China, and you have slavery, and you have nuclear weapons, China, I don't want to invade you because I don't think it's worth us getting nuclear weapons shot at us to free the slaves. I mean, yeah, I don't want slaves to happen. And if we can handle it reasonably well, but we can see how fucked up post-Gaddafi European and American intervention. Why the fuck? And I know that people have been saying probably good points here, but I've been ignoring it for the last few months. Why the fuck can't either America, the French sometimes can, but America or Western Europe can't just go, oh, you fucking locals? No, we're not going to bring you democracy and try to be the fair arbiter between tribes and factions and groups. And no, we're going to, Tribe X, Yeah, you guys seem like you have your shit together. You're going to be in charge. We're going to put you in charge. You need some airstrikes against Tribe Y and Tribe Z. Great, we'll do that, and we're going to put you in charge. Now, hey, Tribe X, if you go off the rails like Gaddafi did, into nut jobbery. Now I know he was a nut job, but he had his patrons, of course, when they were strong in the Soviet Union, so he got Soviet Union patrons. But right now, you don't have good patrons, so don't piss us off, or we'll pick a different tribe if you go off the rails. If you do a Noriega, because he was America's puppet in the Philippines or in Panama, but he went off the rails too far, and so Bush needed to intervene in partially because they were grabbing up American citizens in Panama, and we can't have that, even though we've technically given back the canal zone. America's interest will not allow a Chinese puppet government in Panama to control the Panama Canal. Trust me on this, people. We will resecure the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal is fundamentally vital to America. If the Panamanian government can run it effectively, and a Panamanian government is going to be reasonably stable, we can let you do your own thing, and it more or less is. America is not somebody who needs to, be a detail controlling empire. But Panama, the country, you are in the American sphere, and you better behave reasonably well. As long as you do that, you can do whatever you want, so long as you can within that caveat. But if you be like Noriega and go off the rails and go into all kinds of weird nut jobbery, including voodoo religionist stuff and kidnapping Americans, that was the trigger of it, legally kidnapping, arresting them for things, but not letting them see lawyers, not having good whatever, just because they were sort of criticizing whatever and not doing whatever Noriega or Noriega's underlings wanted them to do or whatever. Forget the guy's name, and we went and rescued and put on that. Yeah, you go off the rails, we're going to come after you, Panama. It's just the facts of the world, whatever the world liberal order wants to think. Panama was created by the Americans. You had to literally go over the seas. There was no roads connecting this part of Panama to the rest of Colombia. So it was sort of like and these people didn't want to be ruled by Colombia, but it's a creation of America, founded by, America was like, hey, you want to be independent? Well, yeah. Okay, you're independent now. What? Yeah, we say you are, and our fleet is sitting off here in Colombia can't march an army through the jungle, so you're now independent. And Colombia goes, well, okay, at that point, basically. So you're an American creation, and we wanted to build a canal. So looking at that kind of thing, we need to pick our... You're going to rage against the world order? No, but the world order is collapsing. So, because we can see things like in Sri Lanka right now, it's collapsing. I'm not raging against it. I'm explaining it. Yeah, we have this kind of thing going on here, and I mostly think people should be, to an extent, left alone in their own countries. It's because of the Cold War and whatever, we needed to intervene in other areas because of what was going on. Let me try to catch up to the chat here. Want to live in a culture and by your own laws, then you go somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Plastic Gangster, catching up. The movie made me ashamed to be Western. Oh, I don't. Probably Hotel Rwanda or something. Drinks in the bar, cool. Yeah. But it still doesn't mean that I want them here. But I do not think that their trained professional Western soldiers should stand by and watch while people. Yeah, oh, well, yeah, and there is the idea that there were soldiers around there and they were just standing by and watching. Yeah, I have not watched some of the movies, but yeah, there's definitely the Belgians caused all kinds of problems with the Congo, generally speaking. The Hutus, yes. There's a lot of look, I mean, Belgium was one of the worst colonial rulers. Okay, it just as a general observation that's the case. They were one of the worst colonial rulers. In my opinion, the British were the best colonial rulers, but we can debate. Even with all the terrible stuff that the Belgians did in the early days in the Belgian Congo, doesn't mean it's justified because they just did terrible things. But colonialism on the whole has been a positive versus a negative thing. Yes, there's always negative, because when you have one tribe that's chasing the other tribes out of all sort of good farmland and whatever, and you're trying to come in and build a more stable situation, you're always going to have winners and losers, and there's always going to be somebody upset, and there's always going to be somebody who gets fought. So there's always going to be a negative consequence. But colonialism, so it's always going to do damage. It's always going to do damage. But I would say ultimately, and as one Mexican American says, yeah, I'm really glad that the European, I've seen, he's not really a YouTube, I don't know if he has a YouTube channel, but he periodically shows up on another one. And you can see him, he's very, very Indian looking of Mexican, meaning he's mixed blood, but, not very European. And he goes, yeah, I'm very glad that the Europeans showed up and conquered, because I don't want to live in a teepee. So he may not be hooray for every European incident of butchering locals or something, but he's in favor generally that they came in and butchered enough to conquer it, because he doesn't want to live in a teepee. He wants to live in a modern world. Yes, colonialism. So, I've had good friends that are, Indian American. I know they're Native American or whatever, but good friends that were very in touch with their culture, and talked with them at length, all this stuff. And yeah, there's things that they're sad about that they've lost. But realistically, when you get to it, yeah, no, they'd rather drive around in automobiles and have electricity and whatnot, as opposed to been left at what untouched society that it would have been, and realize that yes, even if it had been done more kindler and more gentler than it was happening in the 18th or 19th century, depending on what time frame and where you're looking at it, or even the 17th century, could have been done more kindler and gentler, but killing needed to be done to conquer these places and enculturate them enough into somewhat Western society. And again, some people very much involved in their tribal cultures, when you get to honestly talk about them, yeah, they'll agree that it was a good thing that ultimately happened, even though they're not happy about every detail of it, for sure. And whenever they read a cowboys and Indians type story, they're always cheering for their side over the other side. Yeah, but they realize it ultimately it comes down to it. Let me get through past, okay, fighting stuff. If you feel that like democracy isn't telling the truth, democracy doesn't tell anything. Democracy is hey Beam Slam, democracy is just a process. Governments, and so democracy is just a process. People overly use that term and thinks it's some sort of magical talisman. Didn't look up any of this, hence spelling Hussies and Tutsis are probably wrong. But I got your meaning, and I don't care. Singapore was a British colony. It's now one of the richest countries, the highest living standard. Yes, and the reason it is one of the highest living standards in the world is I believe it has almost entirely kept the British colonial policies, including the policies of you shall not have intercultural conflicts between the Indians, the Malay, and the Chinese that live in Singapore. You will not fight each other, and you can have a mosque next to a Hindu temple or a Christian church, and you will not cause problems with each other. If you start causing problems, the government will come down on you with a big heavy fist, is my understanding is how Singapore works. And also it does help that it's a city-state. So it's small, it's not a huge, continental power. So, yeah. And when governments become detached from reality, for whatever ideological reason, they start having problems. Helping the Allies. Japan has attacked the Allies in the East Indies and are pushing their influence in the Pacific too far. It's time to help. Okay. Well, I think we're going to keep this going on live stream, but I'm going to end before I make a decision on this, I'm going to end the episode here because we might be starting a war, and I do sort of want to start the war possibly at the beginning of an episode. So, you watching later on YouTube, come back next time to see what I choose here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. Love to hear your comments about anything that I'm talking about. Even if you disagree, tell me why. I mean, just tell me why. I mean, I want to know different viewpoints. I might not change mine, but at least I understand different viewpoints, or maybe I'll learn something new that modifies my viewpoints, maybe, but probably not going to overly change them. And it's important for viewers to hear other, and I know it won't be as loud a voice if you just make comments down in the comment section, but I do want to have other people have their say. So please post comments either way. So thank you very much. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let me read. I think it's more organic than that. I'm not sure you can keep really big things from the public. I think corruption is more venal and more interesting. Oh, hey, Arno, if you're still around, we just got hit by a bot on YouTube. First one for the day, but just got hit by it. They tell lies like anybody else. Sensational tendency to take a lot of... Yeah, Arno's the one that needs to deal with this, because I'm not switching back and forth and going over there to deal with it. And there was the police just hitting their siren outside my home here. No, it was paramedics. Mind. Tendency to make essentially unrelated events, trying to put them together in chain events. Corruption is much less elaborate. Simply, you successfully exploited that. You're just proving my point. Yeah. Popular support for Trump. I know that better. And I know some of the stuff going in some of the other countries, but not even in Britain. Well, in Britain, why Boris Johnson is still, I mean, he's still the prime minister until whenever they get a new one around. But he just announced his eventual resignation once they determine who the next one's going to be. The reason he was elected was the overwhelming majority of Britons wanted to get out of the European Union. Even areas, and I know people can argue and disagree whether they should be in the European Union or they're not, but if you look at the election results that got him into power, areas that had never voted conservative, but since their creation in like the late 1940s or whatever, parliamentary districts or whatever you want to call it, had always been Labour, voted for the Tories. Not because a bunch of Tories had moved in there, or ideologically, because I know Britain enough, a lot of it is class consciousness, that maybe some people secretly vote for parties outside of their class group, but the overwhelming majority vote their sort of tribal class group. But voted for the Tories again, not because they were ideologically Tory now. It's just they wanted Brexit because they saw the European Union functioning on behalf of Europe, which, yes, Britain would have been part of, but not on behalf of them or on Britain. So these areas that might, in whatever next election, if there isn't if it isn't a question of, if Labour starts running on it, well, if you elect us now, we'll rejoin the European Union, they're going to fucking lose, in my opinion. I may be wrong, because they're, personalities at the top do influence things, meaning you can have a charismatic leader that can sway people to vote for or against something. But generally speaking, if Labour were to come out, and it would be clear that they would do everything they could to get back into the EU, they wouldn't win. But if it was just to go back to sort of working class kind of ideological viewpoints, no, I think Labour would retake some of these seats that the Tories won in the election. So it was the elite governments, even people that would naturally, that voted for Gordon Brown or what before him, I'm picturing his face, the other big, Tony Blair, people that voted for them, or people that voted way back in sort of the more red versions, Neil Kinnock or whoever of the Labour Party, people that would vote for them, except that they wanted out of the EU, they would be back voting for these parties naturally again, and against the sort of elitism that Boris Johnson does represent in British cultural viewpoints, going to Eton and all the right elite organizations that they naturally want to vote against. It was the left and the right, the Conservatives, David Cameron, and even Theresa May, unwillingness to just get out of the EU, that saw these, right and left that were still just trying to stay in the EU, and the populists wanted out of the EU. Boris Johnson was a reaction to the elites not paying attention to the people. Same with Trump. Now, it wasn't over the EU, but it's over a bunch of issues. And yeah, Trump rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Sometimes because he made silly comments, a lot of times, especially lies by the media, like the very fine people that maybe you're going to believe, that very fine people comment that Trump made. Well, if you do that, even whether it was immediately before or immediately after, he says, oh, I dislike those racists or whatever. The racists are bad. But there's very fine people on both sides of the statue issues, whether you should have these historical statues up of a Confederate general. Because there's a lot of modern Southerners, and even a few black Southerners, that had ancestors. Some of the black Southerners have white ancestors, but some black Southerners fought on the side of the Confederacy, that fought under General whoever, Lee or Jackson or whatever. And so they want the Confederate statue up, but that doesn't mean that they want slavery back or they think black people are inferior. So there's a lot of fine people on both sides of the issues of the statue. That's what Trump said, and the media pulled out some of the words in the middle and around and made it sound like that he said that some of the racists were very fine people. No, he condemned them in that paragraph, maybe in the sentence before or the sentence after it, but he condemned the racists. So sometimes the anti-Trump vote was purely a media manipulation by the media. And so that's why he lost. But the reason he rose to power was the elites, and there were lots of people who voted for Trump the first time that were, a lot of them were people were really pissed off that the way the Democrats treated Bernie Sanders. Now, Bernie Sanders played ball with the Democrats, but and they were really pissed off at Bernie Sanders for that, and they were sort of anti-elitist that voted for Trump, because even though Trump is a member of the elite, he is much more in touch with the common personality, the common man, than a lot of the the Bushes and the Clintons and the Kennedys and others. If you look at these families going way, way back, you look at George Bush the elder. He's a fighter pilot in World War II, but he's going to before World War II, he's going to an elite school in America. So he's of the World War II generation, but he, like the Kennedys, were elitists. Where Trump's father was something of a rich person, but you can really see Trump isn't such the elitist in a lot of his viewpoints. So the reason you get Trump is because of the political elites not paying attention to reality, to people, to losing their jobs, to coal miners being put out of work for a green agenda. Whether the green agenda is a good idea or not, their answer literally fucking was, learn to code. You're telling a coal miner, whether they've been a coal miner for 5 years or 20 years or whatever, oh, just learn to code. So you're putting out, literally almost in the case of like West Virginia, the main state industry, coal mining, you're putting out these people out of work, and all of the people that they support, meaning the diner that they go to or the store that they work at, is going to go out of business because this guy is no longer going to have a disposable income. He's going to get cheap government food because he's going to be laid off and on welfare. Their thing, well, learn to code. They literally said, fucking learn to code. Not, oh, well, hey, you know, someday we're going to have to get off coal, so let's create a program. You know, if you're wanting to do intervening in economies this way, and I was asked earlier, do I, I'll get to whatever the statement, just a second, but, if you believe in intervening economies, so instead of, okay, well, we've got to get these people, we got to get off of coal. Well, what are we going to do with all these workers? They didn't go in and start, before the coal mining was ended, they didn't go in and say build a solar power, solar panel making factory in West Virginia and hire a bunch of local West Virginians, and making sure that they're hiring a lot of local people so that there's replacement jobs, and setting up before putting them out of business, setting up a retraining program and setting all this stuff up. No, it was, well, you got to learn to code. Like, coding is going to solve your problems. You just learn to code, and a coal miner is going to become a computer coder. Yeah, I'm not saying they couldn't learn to do that, but they don't have any of the base level background in that through their whole education system, so they're not going to fucking learn to code. So these elites are wanting to shut down an industry, not because it's inefficient, not because it isn't profitable. They want to make it unprofitable by adding regulations, but it's been profitable, and it provides energy at a good price, efficiently and effectively, and they've come up with relatively clean coal-burning power plants. They're no longer turning cities black with soot, so it's not perfect maybe, but it's relatively clean, and they're wanting to shut it down for the hopes of eventually having enough wind power or enough solar power eventually to replace it. And by shutting it down, well, that would force people to invest in all this stuff. So they're trying to force it down. And so these people that had been Democrat, working man vote, you could never get, because the Republicans in their mind represented the coal mine owners, not their interest, but the coal mine owners. So they thought, we're going to vote Democrat, get them to flip to vote Republican, because they do learn to code and don't have a plan, and not just have a plan, but actually implement the plan prior to destroying the current system. See, if you want to destroy canal traffic, the Erie Canal, there's a song or whatever, you want to destroy, and just as the time we were starting to get canals built in America, they already been built much around Britain, railroads start showing up. Okay, you don't go, oh, hey, yeah, you got all these canals, we're shutting them down. Why? Because we're going to have railroads. Well, where are the railroads? Well, we're going to build them, and people will invest in them as soon as they learn that they can't move any goods on canals anymore, because railroads are the future. Well, but we're using canals today. We don't care. Railroads are the future, and companies, if they can't move their goods on canals, will invest in railroads. No, you build the railroads before you shut down the canals. Okay, it's as simple as that, but they're not doing that. And they're not building, to the best of my knowledge, much of the wind turbines and the solar panels are not made in America. So you have an energy source that's made in America, coal. A lot of the factory components and the coal manufacturing components are built in America, and you're replacing them with foreign-made products partially because they're too environmentally damaging to be allowed to be made in America. You can't make them in America cost effectively, so you're importing them, and so you are making yourself dependent upon a hostile power, and I would call China a hostile power. You're making yourself dependent on a hostile power and that you don't control. So meaning if they decide to, for some reason, whether they can't, or they just decide to not to ship the solar plants. So you've shut down the coal plants, you've torn them down, because they're going to be sending you something that's going to get better as technology gets to be better. And if we don't have coal plants, there'll be more incentive to invest more money into technological development of solar and blah, 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 blah. It's all going to happen eventually. And notice I've not said whether solar is good or bad, or wind is good, or wind power is good or bad. And this thing is, you're not doing it in the right order. You're not setting it up in the right way. And so you get reactions against it. Okay, now let's look at plastic gangsters criticizing my Boris Johnson. Not really true gamer. It was the closest issue. Yeah, okay. But what I'm looking at is, and you're right, it was a close referendum. But I saw districts going that should never have gone for Tories, or had never gone for Tories, voting for Tories. That might have voted, what I really think is shocking is that they didn't even go liberal. They went Tory because it was an independence move. What will happen if you press and do nothing? We're going to look at this in just a moment once I start the next episode here. But Boris Johnson's establishment. Oh, he's absolutely its establishment. He went, yeah, that's what I said. Eton, Oxford, joined. I don't know these clubs, but yeah, the EU is something like Soviet Russia was, crazy country which would damage. Yes, I agree. Not quite as evil as the Soviet Union, but heading that direction. You don't need all those coding people. You may need more than you have now, but you don't need all those people coding. Just they didn't have an answer, and they gave the elitist techno answer: learn to code. Turned out the referendum over you was around 79%. We do not get much more than 7% in the general elections. Yeah, I understand, but people's motivation. If people don't vote, I don't care about their opinion. So Mr. and Mrs. Britain, who doesn't go and vote in a general election, well, fuck them. Their vote, their opinion doesn't count. Whatever they think is good or bad about Britain or a policy in Britain just doesn't count to me because they didn't vote. So those that are willing to go out and vote. So let me grab a Coke. I'll be right back, and we'll analyze this here. Hold on. And I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, another bot. I don't know. Arno, are you still around? Can you, or have you gone to sleep or something? Probably. I don't know. Shut these bots down. Arno's a great moderator, but sometimes he does sort of wander off, I think. Maybe we ought to get Starstreak as being. Hey, Starstreak, do you want to be a moderator? I can give you moderators, not this during this stream, but I can give you moderator stuff on YouTube and Twitch to help Arno out when he's not around and you happen to be. Not that you have to show up for every stream, it just whenever you do. We'll get in. And you're around quite a bit, and I got to know you, so I trust you to do a good job. Yeah, they're a scam site, so don't go wherever they're. How could it not hurt in the short term, at least, all of our trading agreements? Oh, well, I don't think Brexit was about. The reason people voted for Brexit was about economic benefit for the people, at least not in the immediate term. I think it was a cultural self-governance thing, meaning they did not want to be governed by Europeans. Sure thing, Starstreak. I'm going to add you soon, both moderating status for Twitch and YouTube. Arno does a great job, and I don't know whether he's gone to sleep or just gotten doing something else, and so he's not always available. And a few of the other people that have moderator status aren't around enough. And it's no commitment that you got to be here. It's just when you are here to kill bots. And I know earlier on, Arno did approve the use of the word Jap and referring to World War II. So if you are, just doing simple things like that, it's not a hard job. Hello, Turnlow. Love the work you hit in your chats was going to be horrible. Hello, Kyle German. I was wondering, why did the U.S.A. give back Iceland and Greenland to Denmark and not keep them? Because they never took them in the first place. Yeah, well, ROI return on investment. I like chatting with you guys. It's fun. Oh, you're meaning for the bots? Well, I just think it's bots just hitting everything. Well, the Americans, first the British, then the Americans took over the occupation of Iceland and Greenland, but they left the local administration there. They just sort of showed up and go, hi guys, yeah, we're here to protect you from German invasion, and we're setting up a base here and there, and an air base, and there was a major seaplane base, just sort of in the harbor, because they had to have cradles below the seaplanes to get them out of the water. A bunch were destroyed in a storm that hit at one point during the war. But anti-submarine patrol, they never took it over. They just sort of occupied it. They occupied France too, and they gave it back. And they occupied Germany even more officially, and they gave it back to Germany. It's just that kind of thing. Now, the Americans did buy from Denmark. Aren't they here? We have Puerto Rico. I guess they're just too small. The U.S. Virgin Islands. They did buy those from Denmark. The Dutch haven't wanted to sell Aruba or Curacao, which are down here. I think the U.S. would have bought them. I think it was Eisenhower tried to buy Greenland from Denmark. Denmark didn't, after World War II, Denmark didn't want to sell it. Trump vaguely floated the prospect and probably would have given a good price for it. But yeah, things I think are going to get rough in the next 20 years, and I think we're going to see either this, we're going to manage the crisis that's coming in the next 2 years. I think there's, mark my words, I think we're going to see a crisis in 2 years. It's going to be somewhat fallout from Ukraine, but not just over, crisis with Russia, but sort of the effects of it. And if the leaders in the West, and I mean it that way, not just the American leaders, but unfortunately in the next 2 years you're going to have Biden in office and his administrators, which are probably not going to do a good job of it. And I don't know if most of the Western leaders are going to, when a couple of million people try to flood into Southern Europe more because of famine in Africa. And if the Europeans just let these people in, and the only way you're going to stop them is literally shoot their boats out from under them and watch them drown in the water. And then if you let them on shore, you're going to, put them on an airplane. You're going to have literal cannibalism and starvation. You're going to put them on an airplane and you're going to fly them back to Africa. And when that airplane lands at the airport, you're going to have a flood of people trying to get on that airplane to, just like they did from the evacuation of Kabul, just try to flood into that airplane to get evacuated. And so the people are going to voluntarily get off. Or are you going to give everybody a parachute and pushing them out the door? So I don't know how you're going to return, if you let them into Europe, how you're going to return these people. And if you're going to let floods of millions of people flood into Europe more, I think you're going to have a massive negative reaction that makes current support for Le Pen seem minor. If that happens. Now, if you can feed Africa and you can keep the people in Africa and the Europeans can handle it, great. But if they don't, they're going to need American support, because for France fighting, and I know they've withdrawn from Mali because Mali has, the Wagner group has sort of taken over for the anti-insurgency in Mali because it was willing to deal with the corrupt regime there more than the French do, and the French weren't going to be associated with whatever the Wagner group was going to do. So they've withdrawn from Mali, but some of these other places, they needed American air power, not so much, well, some airstrikes, yes, I believe. But really, the French could not do the strategic lifting, meaning, flying in the vehicles and the manpower and the supplies to keep them operating. So they were heavily dependent, maybe not entirely, but heavily dependent on American Strategic Airlift Command. And so they can't. So I think this is going to become, you have a lot of Turkish and Moroccan people, but just think, let's get, 5 times as many. I haven't had RC Cola in years. Royal Crown Cola. Nah, I've had it for sure, but it's been years. And so I think there's going to be some major crisis coming. I don't know how well the political and the administrative states in Europe are going to handle it. What's it like? It just tastes like cola. Somewhere around, I don't remember a distinct difference from Pepsi, or how it was different between Pepsi, or Coca-Cola is a little more sweet than Pepsi Cola. I prefer Coke. I don't have both right now, but I probably drink 2/3 Coke, 1/3 Pepsi, over my lifetime. So RC Cola just isn't as offered as much. Yeah, well, it's food they'll be after, not space. Yeah, but they can't even stop the French from allowing whoever it is to come across the channel. I can't imagine, they did this and they're allowing the European Union, because the European Human Rights Commission won't allow them to export people back to Rwanda, which they have the agreement to do. If I was the freaking British and I picked up a boat group in the channel, and we can all watch where the boat takes off from in France, so it's not like they wandered in from Mali or somewhere. They let a boat of refugees or a boat of people. I don't know that they're refugees, because some of them might be, but some of them are just migrants. A bunch of people in the boat get on a boat in France, who may or may not be legally in France, get in a boat, and we can watch them go up to here, and the British intercept them. I don't know why the British don't just freaking put them on a landing craft, sink their, I'm all for humane treatment. Get them on board a British ship, sink whatever conveyance they were on so it goes down to the bottom, or if they're worrying about polluting the ocean with them, get that boat up and destroy it somehow. Get out of the water. Put them on a landing craft and literally drop them off on a French beach. What are the French going to say? You can't bring your British ships into a French beach? Well, we freaking watch these people leave in a dangerous boat, and you're not stopping the people leaving from the dangerous boat. I would just drop these people right back off on a French beach. Just walk off that landing craft, bow onto the beach, and we're turning around. No, nothing. Unless you have a passport with a valid visa into Britain in your possession. And that's the way they would treat me. If I somehow showed up off the British coast and I had no documentation, and they go, where were you born? Oh, California. They would take me to the airport and put me on a flight back to America. Okay? That's what they would do to me. Hey, Sun Temple Radio, how you doing? They would put me on an airport, going flat quicker. Well, yeah, I'm not going to get into the Pepsi stuff, Coke. A lot of the stuff is just the real different. Coke may be a little bit more carbonated, as it's normally bottled. But if you get it in a store, in a restaurant, it's often locally carbonated in a local machine. So it's just a syrup formula that's different, basically. So if I was in Britain and I didn't have documentation to be there, they would take me to the airport and put me on a plane and send me back to America almost immediately. Right? That's what they would do to me. So I don't know why that people that they can literally see through various satellite and other live information as they go out to sea. See, I know they might not be paying attention, but when they look back, they can watch the camera footage or the, digital information footage and see, oh, well, they left from France. Well, we're just going to take them, if not back to the same beach, just to a generic beach somewhere, and go, yep, you're back in France right now. Just like if somebody, somehow is in Northern Ireland, and they find out, well, you don't have any papers to be here. Oh. Where were you born? Oh, I was born in Dublin. They would literally drive them back in a little van, say, okay, we'll get out, walk across the border. Now you can go back to Dublin and get ID or whatever it is you need to have that shows that you're Irish, and maybe just Irish ID is enough to come legally into Northern Ireland. Now I don't know, or whether you need an Irish passport or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, you can come in. But if you don't have any ID, if you're just like, hey, I don't have any ID, don't have any cash, just here. Oh, well, where are you from? Oh, from Dublin? They just literally take you to the border and go, nope, okay, we'll drop you back at the border. And then you get to, get to sort yourself out, and then you can, if you sort yourself out correctly, you can come back, if you're legal, whatever. That's what they would do. I would literally just drop them back on the front. But the British can't even fucking do that. They can't even do that. They won't even drop people back at their point of origin to leaving to come into British territorial waters or land on a British beach or whatever it is. They can't even send them back to the country that they left to get to Britain. And if they started doing that, France would do more, I believe, but maybe not, to stop the people from coming, because they think most of them are going to head off to Britain, so they allow. Rwanda works because once they realize, yes, I know. If they can start sending them there enough. Macron keeps saying how great diversity is for France. You'd think they'd want to join there. And this is, if you want to believe that they're refugees from either famine or refugees from war, right. Okay, and that very well may be true. There may be, and there is a horrific or a civil war going on in South Sudan, and there may be famine down here, and these people are true, every kind of refugee you want to call thing, that they meet that criteria. Right. Okay. They very well may be, and sending them back to Sudan might be a terrible thing. But they didn't get on a boat in Sudan and float to Britain and get off in Britain. They were already in France, which doesn't have an active war as far as I know. I know the French are revolting people, and they also have revolts going on in Paris, but French are revolting people. And they seem to have enough food. So it's not a famine, and it's not, war-torn, whatever refugeeing they're from. They might not want to speak French, but too bad they can learn French. And so that they have to leave France is no longer a refugee situation. They may be a refugee as they land on the French shores, but not once they go, and since you're no longer part of the EU, they no longer get freedom of movement within it. I don't know why they don't just freaking, they don't ever even have to know who this damn person is. Just, if you show up and you're on a raft, you're on a boat, you're whatever it is, just as like if you got on a ferry, and you don't have any documentations that says it should be in Britain, and they don't have a good reason, meaning they don't have like an English accent, they don't have a good reason to believe that, and they can't like describe, well, I was born, like a British person could describe, oh yeah, I was born here in this village, and the school is next to the church that is over here, and it was named this, and all this, and whatever their skin color, because they may be of a dark skin color. This isn't anything about skin color, but they could probably describe where they were born, where they grew up in Britain, and all that stuff, and go, oh yeah, you just lost your papers in France, and you got on a raft and you floated back to Britain instead of taking the ferry because you didn't have any money, but somehow you found this raft sitting on the beach and you made it across the channel, so you're just coming home. So if you can create some sort of reason to believe that you have some sort of British citizenship or born there, whatever you want to call it, yeah, okay. If you can't immediately establish that on an interview on a boat with a common sailor, I don't know why you can't just be put on a landing, never even have to dry-foot it into Britain, and you can drop them back on the beaches in France. And I don't know why the British government, the British state, and it's not inhumane. You're not being in any way inhumane. And I know that they can watch this part of the ocean and get 95% of every single one of them on boats and stop them. There's enough surveillance going on that they can stop them all. So yeah, I know you talk about sending them off to Rwanda so that they well, I'm talking once they hit British territorial waters. So if they're out in international waters, but you just go watch, you can, because trust me, I know that there's satellites watching here, that you can see, once you find a boat here, you go, okay, well, where did it come from? And you can look back in the timeline of the video, see, oh, they left from a beach in France, or they left from a beach in Belgium or Netherlands or whatever. They're probably not coming from Spain, but even if they do, you could watch that and return them back to their country of origin. And do that, unless you can quickly, now if they have a passport and a visa, and I just coming unconventionally, well then let them in, or if they have something that you're not sure about, that maybe some sort of Commonwealth country that might have certain rights or something, well okay, well then take them in and house them and figure it out. But all these other people that don't have this stuff, just turn them around immediately. You don't even need to record their names, just drop them back in their country of origin, because we're presuming France is refugee, a UN thing which didn't foresee the current migrant. So compounded by screw EU court appeals ruling. Yeah, and just not even court appeal. No, just don't even put them in court. Just drop them in France. Just keep dropping them in France. Just drop them back. Who? We don't know. Who? We just saw that they were on a boat that left from France and they didn't have documentation of them in Britain. We didn't care what other documentation they had. They usually didn't have any for in Britain, so we just dropped them back in France, their point of origin, because we figured they got caught in the current and got swept over to the English side of the channel. We're just returning them to their side of origin, and just handle it that way. And just say, what, are you going to shoot at a British ship that's entering French waters? You know, I mean, I would literally, sometimes I may have moments of, well, I would do this, and be sort of extreme. No, this is not extreme. I would be just going, if the French government cannot stop these boat people from coming, no, I don't want to sink the boats. No, I don't want anything bad to happen to these people. But I would very quickly have an interception boats, ships, whatever, spot them as they're coming in, intercept them, keep them on board the ship, change them over to another ship. Maybe the ship is even in the harbor, but make sure they don't show up on British actual land. Put them onto another Navy ship, and just treat it as a seaborne rescue inside English territorial waters, and return them to their country or point, if you will, but country, if they left from a Calais area, you drop them sort of near Calais, and if they left from out here, you drop them sort of near here. You're sort of returning them back to maybe not the exact beach that they left, but their rough point of origin. You're just returning them. No legal appeals, no nothing. We're not doing anything legal. It's just we're returning people in boating misadventures back to their point of origin, and just stick it at that. And I don't know why they can't do this. Send them to the Canary Islands. Why Rwanda? Well, because Rwanda was willing to take them. I don't know if the Canary Islands want them. I don't know if the Canary Islands can feed them. Okay. Let's make another episode here, try to get off some of these modern topics. I know I get it. Yes, as I'm reading, yes, as First Nation you come to, you apply, embassy in France, apply for a visa. Yeah, if they qualify, if Britain wants to let them in, Britain has wanted to let me in every time I've showed up. Even one time I said I'd come here to study. And, I'm a college student, and, well, how are you going to pay for it? And, credit cards and whatnot, that I have the money to study. Okay. And so the immigration officer believed, because I just said, I forget how much, how many thousands of dollars of credit cards and whatnot. And he believed that, because I was in my early 20s, that, yeah, I was an American college student who I got permission from, though I had no specific paperwork, but I got permission to not be scheduled for classes in my university, and that I was going to go study on my own, not on a specific project, because I got my department head, because I was in the political sciences department. I knew my department head. I had been in classes with him. He knew me, and he probably was happy for a semester plus of, it was going into the summer and whatnot, of me not being around, so that he was willing to sign off for independent study in Britain, history and politics, but not part of any official program. And so, hey, yes, thanks for following. And if you're new here, you can follow on YouTube or subscribe. Follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. And so, so signed off on that. So it wasn't, like I was abandoning my course studies, but it was, leaving from university, going to go independent study. And he knew me well enough to know that I was actually going to be studying, kind of stuff in Britain, and so that it would be good. And he'd get a semester plus, maybe more, from me. So yeah, and signed up for that, and that was no even real official paperwork. I don't think I had, and I showed up at the London Heathrow Airport, where I had before just there as tourist visas. I got in, they gave me a student visa thing into my passport instead of the usual thing. And I got to be, get to stay in Britain, but again, first, because I didn't have a specific university or college or whatever sponsoring my study, just independent study, and libraries and whatnot, which I did a lot of that. And, he believed me enough, and, stamped, yes, student, but you're not allowed to work, no job or whatever in the thing is, but I was allowed to live in Britain as a student. And so they believed me and let me do that time. And other times they've, as more under a tourist visa. Every time I've showed up in Britain, they've decided to let me in. Because I'm an American, I've never needed get permission prior to, go to the British consulate here and, Southern California and LA area, wherever it is, and get permission that way. They just, you show up with a passport and they just let me in, yes, but let me in to stay longer for student stuff back in the day once and whatnot. So they let me do that. And so, yeah, every time I've left for Britain, I've got permission to come in and stay and convince them that I was, just gonna, not harm them and probably help them out by spending money there. And I had enough money to, afford my room and board and whatnot. So yeah, if you can do that from whatever country, whether you're from Zimbabwe or Japan or India or wherever, if they want to let a certain number of people in for whatever, whether to work or to study or just they're on holiday, yeah, it's up to them, and that's fine. It's just when these people come in without permission, I don't know why the government doesn't have the balls to just say, yeah, turn them around. Because yeah, if I was the Netherlands, now I know the Netherlands don't have an effective border anymore with Germany, meaning they don't have a fence, they don't have a border check, so you really can't. I mean, I guess you could put them on a bus in Amsterdam and have the bus maybe somehow, if you don't jump off of it first at a stop sign or something, or whatever, a stoplight, you could drop them back in Frankfurt or something. But beyond that, there's no point that they wouldn't be back 10 hours later into the Netherlands, because you no longer have an effective border. But if I had an effective border anywhere, I would just be, find people, I'd just drop them on the other side. Okay. We can't do that because the EU would consider sanctions instantly. Well, then let them sanction you. You just, okay, I get you. They would do it. Screw them. Because I don't think they would do it. I don't think they would. I don't think they have the balls to sanction you. I think they have the balls to threaten it, but I don't think they would. Not if you just actually did it. If you announced that you were going to do it, then they would get all huffy and puffy. You just started doing it. And let them find out. Hey, reports. That, I just wouldn't even announce the program. I would just start doing it. I just, pick these people up. I'd tell the Navy. I'd have a bunch of naval, small naval vessels, frigates or coastal patrol vessels or whatever. Try to pick up, check all incoming boats. If there are any significant number, 5 or more, the people that don't have, on board, don't immediately have documentation, take them to depot ships, have 3 or 4 of them along the coast, take them to depot ships, and then quickly arrange for them to be returned to their point of origin, and just start doing it. And then let people find out about it, because it'll leak within days or hours or whatever. No, we're doing this, people. And just like, well, what? Keep sending them back. And I just keep sending them back and whatever. Okay. So let's start another episode, probably one more for the day, and we'll talk about this. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. We have a decision to make. This is, of course, Gamer 1745 here. And we're playing Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice, as you probably already know from the title. Help the Allies. Japan has attacked the Allies in the East Indies, pushing their influence in the Pacific too far. It's time to help, it says. Okay, people, I have never played before as America. Now, let's look here. So I don't know of this event prior to. This is just the quickest way okay, they're at war with the United Kingdom. Blah, blah, blah. Japan is a member of the Axis. Now, Japan joined the Axis prior to the outbreak of the war in Europe, but as only recently, earlier in 41, did they actively join the war. So, that is unhistorical. Normally, when I'm playing as Germany, whether Japan is in the Axis or not, I normally don't call them to war, and there is normally an event that is sort of, I think, believed called Tora, in which they attack Pearl Harbor, and that then gets them into the war. Now, we have joined the Allies. Okay, so declare war on Japan. Japan. Oh, well, Japan. Declare war on U.S.A. Declare war on Japan. Okay, so I guess Japan declares war on us, and we declare war on Japan. Gain 100 manpower. U.S. gets U.S. war bonus until May 1942, giving us the following effects. IC efficiency 5%. Join allies, join allies. Okay, do nothing. Lose 10%, or lose 10 points, not 10%, but basically it's 10% on national unity, and gain 5 in dissent. Okay. I presume the chat would just say go to war. Arno has already been saying this, so I don't really think I need to ask you guys what I should do. I believe the sort of scripted invasion that has, because of the way it's happened, I believe this was a scripted invasion war, Mr. Duck, yes, is saying, and we're going to be having this here. Look, the way this sort of started out to my normal expectations of scripted invasion of Malaya and the Dutch East Indies. So that has happened. What we have not had is the Pearl Harbor event or a scripted invasion, so far at least, starting the war of the attack in the Philippines. So I'm going to go to war here. I don't know if this is going to trigger the scripted invasion or not. As I know I've talked a lot about on the series, so I'm not going to go into it now. But the American people were enraged about how the war started. Not that, you know, and I really quite honestly think, and it wasn't so much, I don't think, a language issue in the sense between English and Japanese, but a language issue between the negotiations between the Japanese and the Americans. I don't think the Americans understood the sort of Japanese viewpoint, in that Americans were, you know, embargoing American trade. They weren't putting blockades on Japanese ports. So anybody who wanted to trade with Japan could trade with Japan. Anybody. Now, America was using its influence maybe on countries to say, hey, you like America? You like trading with America? Yeah, don't trade with Japan. You know, that kind of thing maybe. And I don't know how much extent to places like South America they may have been doing that. Definitely the British and the Dutch were not selling oil to Japan. I started giving you supplies last time. Japan attacked America on Sunday. Yes, I would be grumpy as well if someone attacked my Navy on the weekend. Exactly, Mr. Duck. Yes, I know, but the Sunday thing isn't unimportant as you might have think, especially in a lot of rural America and religious day that is sort of seen as such. Unlike Europe, we do not have elections on Sundays. We have our elections supposed to be on one day, according to the Constitution, though a lot of states have, for various reasons, have opened it up for a month or more, elections that you can vote on, but it's supposed to be on Tuesdays. It actually states in the Constitution the first Tuesday after the first Monday of the month of November. The reason because they don't want it to happen on the first of the month, because first of the month at times was, and this was obviously done in agrarian America, in our Constitution in, what was it, 1786 or 1782? I forget. I'm not great on details of dates. When they did our current Constitution, America was independent. Prior to that, I think it was 1786. Yeah, but could be wrong on that. They did have the Articles of Confederation, but so it was a very agrarian world, and the first of the month very well may be paying rents and whatnot, which very well may be traveling, not like overnight traveling, but spending the day going somewhere and paying money, your rents, or getting paid or whatever. So they didn't want to do it on the first of the month. And they definitely weren't going to do it on a Sunday, because that was a religious holiday at the time, a religious day. So you weren't going to hold elections. And elections at the time very well were often very boisterous and like, hey, yeah, free beer, come and vote here, vote for candidate so-and-so, get a free beer kind of thing. So they weren't like somber occasions. So they weren't going to happen on a Sunday. And so that was, and if you look at, parts of America very much, Sunday was very the religious day, the day to go to church, the day to reflect on God and those kind of things as they would see it. So starting out on a Sunday. Now, once the war starts, everybody's in the war, and we're not going to take a break every Sunday. No, it's, no, they still go to church if they could, but the other half of the day or whatever, go work in the factory or go march in the fields, in the war or whatever. So no, Sunday isn't as unimportant as you might think. Yeah, good point there. Star Streak, which I don't think they will. So the manner in which the war starts is tremendously important to the American, as opposed to simply seeing Japan rampaging around and deciding to intervene. And so I was hoping, and I don't know if there's would be other effects, I was hoping to be a great mobilization effect by the war here, but I guess we will do this. Okay, so war, the traders in Japan declared war. Okay, so this is actually, I guess, sort of triggering something that is declaring the war is a limited war. Okay. Okay. Basic training, land forces laws, naval forces laws, air forces laws. Okay, so we're getting these effects. Let's see, we can throw in one more. So I don't know if this is the ideal start or the start that I wanted, and I don't know if we just let it continue if a Japan would have attacked or not. I don't know. So we have our war. Well, yeah, for the American, I don't know how quickly Guam was invaded. I really honestly don't know. Guam should be a much smaller island than this. I mean, it's bigger than some of these other, Saipan for sure, but it wasn't a very big island. There were quick air attacks very quickly, I think on the same day. Air attacks. They thought they were carrier-based air attacks, but they were actually able to take the Zeros and some of the naval fighter bomber type things that looked like they could be taken off from carriers. They were actually taking off from Taiwan and flying all the way down to here and bombing and flying all the way back. They had that kind of range, the Zeros did. And so that they were able to surprise and hit and destroy a lot of aircraft on the ground and whatnot. But they were really stretching the legs, and that really confuses the American authorities as to what's going on and where are the carriers, because they didn't quite realize the range of some of these aircraft that could be carrier based, but they were land basing. The Navy was land basing off and able to do that. And very quickly after that, they had already set up for naval invasions. So now we see down here, now that we're allied, we can see these guys down here. Okay, that's just an HQ. They're sort of off on this other island, and here they have just a little bit of stuff going on. So the Dutch are holding out in northern Sumatra. We would never do that. Even the French haven't gone that far yet. Oh, but the French police watching on the beach as illegals load up the dinghies. Now, if nothing else, the people loading the boats are bloody people traffickers, and surely you would arrest them if you do not stop the boat. You also have satellite images of them. Yeah, that's why, you got satellite images. You don't know why you don't just drop them back on France. The Japanese had a useful long-range naval bombers, yes, and they also did have larger, twin-engine stuff that, you look up in the air and go, yeah, those are not, I mean, yes, I do know the B-25 Mitchell bombers took off from the carrier, but there was no practical way to recover them on a carrier. You could theoretically have an arrestor hook and recover them one at a time, and then throw them off the edge of the carrier and allow another one to land. But there was not space enough for it. So Japanese had, I don't know all the Japanese models, lighter weight, but because Japanese really looked for long range, so they optimized lightweight aircraft. But they did have twin engine, medium to long range bombers carrying a medium bomb load. Kind of thing that you're pretty sure are not being launched from carriers, and definitely you're not capable of, at least in any number. Like I say, you can do one or two, no problem, but because you can always put some sort of arrestor hook on a carrier. And I do even know that, like, when the British were evacuating Norway, and I don't know whether it was down here in Trondheim or up in Narvik. I think it was up in the Narvik area. They had brought in some RAF fighters, and they were told to just destroy them and leave them because there's no way to, they had the ability to fly home. But against orders, they fly and land, and I think all successfully, land the RAF fighters on board Invincible or whatever, one of the carrier that was operating here. And I guess they had already brought all the because they had taken some losses, I think, in operation, all of the carrier airplanes down on the lower deck or decks, because some of them had two decks. Maybe it was the Illustrious, or I don't know. They were able to land them on the carrier at sea. And they did not have arrestor hooks, and they got them, I think all of them, at least all of the ones that were flyable and ready to get out, back to Britain. Because the reason they didn't want to lose the pilot, so if you're trying to land on a carrier with a pilot who's never landed on a carrier before, you don't want to have the plane crack up and lose the pilot. You'd rather just, have the pilot safe because he's a trained asset, and of course you don't want it crashing into your carrier and doing damage and maybe killing some other people. So they were no, just destroy the aircraft and get out. They took them and flew them out. They were just a short hop. They were nearby. Get them onto the carrier and got the I think they were Spitfires, or maybe they were Hurricanes. Maybe Hurricanes, I don't know. And they got them back to Britain that way. And so yeah, you can land a ground-based fighter on a carrier without an arrestor hook, but it's a tricky operation that takes good conditions. They had hardly any proper heavy bomber. Yeah, well, I do not consider the Mitchell a heavy bomber. It is sort of maybe on the heavy side of a medium bomber is what I would consider a Mitchell bomber. Because twin engine doesn't always mean something, and I know the Germans had a twin propeller, but actually four engine. I don't know, was the Ju-288 or I don't know. I don't remember all the numbers. One of their bigger mid to late war bombers that had two engines in line of one propeller. And they did have obviously the Condor with four, engines and propellers. And I'm not sure if they had another four engine, in even limited production. I'm not talking about a test. Hey, Hurricane. Hi, Toy Jet. Good to see you here. Yeah, it's probably hurricanes because they were more wanting to keep the Spitfires back over Britain and not let too many of them out to be used in other places. Okay, now I have started and sent some forces here. I don't know. Yeah, some are still coming this way. Okay, and we have been now just really, mobilizing, reinforcing. So what we can now see better here. Okay. Not seeing any Italians opposing these guys because I should be seeing what the British can see. Meaning, so if you're in contact with the enemy. Oh, well, here. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Meaning, Britain may not be seeing what's there, but we should see what's in here. Okay. Well, I think we should help Britain because if we get Britain, if we secure Ethiopia, I think a lot of these various forces will move to Britain or move to Egypt and other places. So, I did send over what I think had been the Asiatic fleet. Okay, we don't want to use that. Oh, there's a lot of ships here. Okay, well, because I see there's some liners here, so I want to make sure I load my troops onto the liner. So let's send let's do this. Okay, that's. Well, maybe they're still coming this way. I'm just reporting that that's what's going to be based there. Hover over it this way. I see 12 liners. So, oh, here they are. Okay, reserve squadron. There we go. Okay, well, no, we'll wait. Obviously, wait there. Now we're at war here, so we're going to leave them in port for the moment. We're going to put these guys out here. Convoy rating passive. Okay, well, a lot of stuff happened. Okay, sign up, boys. Okay, war with Japan. We're at war with Japan opening. Now, are we, because we joined the Allies, maybe we have to specifically go to war with, yeah, okay, we are not yet at war with Germany. Despite our efforts to stay neutral, nation finds it at war. Loses nation neutrality, gains 100 manpower, end of the act of neutrality. Okay, now here, okay, now I've normally seen this as playing as Germany. You notified that Tora, Imperial Japanese Army Armed Forces are ready to do their duty for the Emperor. Okay, that effect that happens. Okay, we're now getting all of these, and I'll go over some of them. Mid-late war historical allies 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I guess we're getting all of these bonuses stacked up, I'm guessing. We'll look at those in just a minute. So 1 is national revolt risk down by 3%, supplies up by 4%, espionage, I'll check the chat out in just a moment. Espionage bonus 4%, ruling party support 2%, supply throughput 2%. Oil, energy up about 4 plus, okay, raw materials up 1%, money up 2%. Number 3, and this is sort of, I think, based upon, how many allies are in this level. And it does matter, having more and more allies does sort of affect things. IC's up 2%, research efficiency 4%, and IC efficiency for production 4%. And effect number 4, national manpower up 10%, leadership up 5%, territorial pride 5%, and officer recruitment 10%. So we've got all of those bonuses. Pharmaceutical industry we now have, because of controlling territories, is 10% trickle back, and we're the arsenal democracy. We've lost the effects of this, so we no longer get those bonuses of 25% ICs. Wow, that really hit us hard for the ICs. Wow. Okay. I don't understand exactly why. Now we have had. Okay, we, I think, are doing well enough when it comes to leadership or research at the moment. So what we're going to do is lower this down just a little bit here, so that, because we're below 110% on officers, so we're going to increase our officer production. Okay, what have we been? Yeah, Britain evilly convoying stuff. I thought we had agreed about this. The Nipponese had very capable medium bombers at very good range, yes. Okay, see you later, Extreme Finger. Good to have you here. Okay, so we are not yet at war with Germany. Do we want to declare? Well, maybe they'll declare war against us. So let's give it a few days. Even though I'm going to see about sending off some forces there. That's maybe why I'm not seeing on there. Mr. Duck is still here. Good. Claiming income, yes, good. Okay. Get that. Capital ship, anti-aircraft artillery. Go stop that. Medium armor designs. Well, let's continue to reduce this down a bit. Don't want to get, well, we still do. Yep. Yeah, no, Japan had no thoughts of strategic destruction of America. They wanted to destroy America's fleets and then have America negotiate a, not a surrender, a peace agreement. It'll be a struggle, but we're okay. War goals added Pacific. Acquire Pacific Island course from Japan. Added, okay. So far, our first action here is going after that. Hello, Tankfist. No, I don't think he knew that. I think don't think FDR was unhappy that U.S. Soviet Union has decided winter offensive. The Nipponese bombers strategically, the Chinese certainly. Yeah. Someone should have rolled him down the Capitol stairs. He did. No, I don't think so. I think you're incorrect about that. From all of my study and research, nope. I'm not going with that. I do think he would not be displeased if Japan declared war, but that's a different matter. Declaring war and attacking Pearl Harbor are two different things. Activation of the Reserve and National Guard. On February 6, 1942, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, so this is, December it happens, January, so this is now in February historically, ordered all the organized reservists not already on active duty into active service for the duration of the war. Almost 1 in 4 Army officers, more than 200,000 of the 900,000 Army officers during the war was an Army reservist. 2 wartime studies gave indications of how important the reserve contribution to the Army was. 44 were a permanent study. One of the regular Army infantry divisions found about 62% of the battalion commanders and 84% of the company commanders and 30% of the platoon leaders were reservists. Now realize, as far as trust me, I don't know everything about America's system here. There were regulars. There were reservists and or National Guard, whether they're, I don't know in this thing if they're defining them as two. National Guard and reservists are two different things. And then there were and we're talking officers here, and then there were people that joined or were drafted in the military. Not that people were like reluctant to come in, but a lot of people just, they weren't maybe quite, ready to walk out and go to the local recruiting center and join the whatever sort of service. Now, some sort of wanted to do that to maybe get into the Navy or get into the Army Air Corps, which was still part of the Army but somewhat separate. Before they got the notice to go show up at a particular, branch of service outside of their choosing. So some people, knew it was coming or would be coming and wanted to make the choice or go like into the Marines or whatever, which was, I think, always volunteers. And I think maybe if you got an Army draft notice, you could go volunteer for the Marines or whatever. But that's if they'd take you. Now, if the Marines wouldn't take you, you'd have to go to the, the Army or whatever. But looking at that, but the point is a lot of people or just volunteers or drafted in because, there's reasons that, you're still sort of working. You got, we have this I presume is scripted, but not absolutely. Yeah, with the Army Corps here, I'm pretty sure that's scripted. So we have a Japanese invasion down here. Okay, well, I'm not going to respond to that with these. Well, we may send a division that way. Always ready to go in, but right this moment, but are willing to go in. Now, a lot of these people, or a fair number of the men, either because most of them, I think, would be going through the, going into combat, but others would have just been spotted and go, hey, you're a college graduate. Do you want to go to officers cadet school? Now, like a famous one who was an underage volunteer who lied, who does go through officer cadet school, of course, is Audie Murphy, a very famous soldier and later actor in Hollywood. And he wins the Medal of Honor and the Legion of Merit from France and other things. He's highly decorated. But he is one of the people that is identified fairly quickly on as being a leadership prospect and is sent to basic officers candidate school. So these would be neither reservists nor regulars, meaning they hadn't gone through West Point or gone through what they call ROTC, Reserve Officers Training Course. During the peacetime armies, you normally in the and this to agree now, but you normally went through West Point or through the Citadel which was a private military school in Virginia, to go become a regular officer. And that was sort of made up of that. So we can call up the reserve, lose manpower, gain supplies, get division, HQ training, lose IC. Yeah, okay, no, we've had a big hit, but we're going to go with that. Agricultural industry, yes, we want to do this, gain some manpower. Develop our rare industries, okay, yes, we want to do this. So we're going to do that. Let's see all these extractions. Going to do that. Convoy raiders, yes, create them. Petrol rationing, no. We're going to lose some of, well, I don't have any dissent. Veteran unit opportunity, yeah, we'll take that. Air Force HQ's advance. Okay, we'll get that now. Let's cut that down for the moment. And again, we're pushing more into being officers because I want to get that at over 10%. Doesn't have to do it immediately. Okay, crude oil, how much crude oil? Oh yeah, we have 657 crude oil every day. So yes, Argentina, you can have crude oil. Okay, the Japanese has decided to, and they're invading through Mindanao. So this is a scripted invasion. And I don't know how new this is, but over the recent years, Black Ice is doing what Paradox refuses to do. Paradox, and I know we had a suitor, which I'm not exactly sure his position at Paradox, but he does work there, and so he knows about some of this stuff. But it's a big enough company, he doesn't know about them. But refuses to script things like invasions. Because you can easily figure out how the encrypted invasion is going to do it and defeat it. Well, the Black Ice people wouldn't be scripting invasions if the AI could do competent invasions and do it reasonably well. Now, what they've done here is, and I don't know, the historical invasion happened here. I've definitely seen more than one invasion in playing as Germany. The Japanese invade up here. I sent him here just because there was a port here and thought, well, that might happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to send him down this way. I think unless there's a Japanese ship cruising through here, these guys are able to go from island to island. Just parking one ship here will stop them, but we do have some ability to respond locally if they start doing this. Officers training, yeah, officers training corps, yeah, OCT or OCS, officers candidate school. It was another kind of thing. It's Fridays, Friday night European time, 1 p.m. California daytime. So I forget, the last movie we saw, which was yesterday, was Submarine X1. It was, I don't know if you guys know, actor James Caan. He died now 2 days ago. We had seen him, I've known of him for years and years, but we'd seen him recently on movie night with the movie El Dorado starring John Wayne and James Caan. And it was a highly fictionalized version of the X-Craft, and they called it the Ludendorff, but he's sort of, going after the Tirpitz, but that kind of highly fictionalized movie made in Britain is actually a British movie. No, James Caan's an American. Of that, and so we watched that as sort of a remembrance of him going on, so we checked that out. So it's Friday afternoons here in California, Friday evenings in Europe. So and you just and normally Thursday I normally post what we're going to watch. I talk to and there's a whole sort of, you scroll down on the channels or whatever, because of the Discord server or whatever, and you see there's a movie night things, and you can put suggestions, and there's an announcement section there. So if you have a movie that you think we should watch, and there's also a movie of what we do, and we're sort of picking things that people want to watch, but mostly what I think are classic movies that people with similar interests to mine would want to watch and should have watched if you haven't. Whether they be a cowboy movie or a lot of war movies or other sort of, really great, whether black and white or color era, but classical fundamental movies that if you haven't seen, you should see, kind of thing. And that's sort of what we look at. Now, Strong Arm wasn't there this last time, but he's often there. So yeah, it's a fun time. Okay, so we're not yet, but we're gonna wait. Okay, we're into December 2nd. We're waiting a little bit to see if Germany declare wars against us. Okay, let's see, but we can send forces. Yeah, maybe I should. Where do we have mountain corps? Where do we have armored corps? We can do multiple. We should have an armored corps HQs somewhere. Oh, we've gotten. Oh, I just noticed we gotten a bunch of other HQs here. Okay, that was one of the events. Well, let's send one of these guys over here. But let's see, who do we have? Let's put the 5th Corps. Oh, have we gotten rid of the? Yeah, we got rid of those ships. We're going to go into another port. I don't want to. Yeah, we can do him. I don't know if we're going to... See, I've been sort of worried that some of these divisions might go for an automatic upgrade. They still might. But I want to send off. And if we don't eventually get a German declaration of war... Oh, and, yeah, okay. Against us, we will probably declare war, but well, we will declare war against Germany. But for now, we can at least start these guys heading. Oh shit! This is what I hate about this. And I do bet you moaning, and I was doing a bit when Suter was here the other day because he is something, Paradox employee. And we can rebase down here. I really like some of the love some of the features in Hoi 4, but I'm as much disappointed that some of the stuff isn't here in some of the stuff that's here that isn't in Hoi 4. So it's half again, one or the other. Okay, yeah, Floridian 1 p.m. is 7 p.m. Yeah, now I'm 1 p.m. here in California, so it's in the other side of the United States. Currently it's Pacific Daylight Time here in California, 1 p.m. So yeah, everybody's welcome. You can join the Discord server, and we talk about the movie and whatever. And if there's enough, either somebody's having questions, and because sometimes people ask me stuff, we'll pause the movie and I'll talk about something I know about the history or whatever, or just quick comments. But we try to watch the movie, but we do want to hear people's comments and whatnot. Okay, U.S. Navy fleet reorganizing. President wars upon us, and we decided to look at our naval forces and possibly restructure to meet this. We recommend establishing 3 distinct fleet commands: Pacific, Atlantic, and one of the Asiatic region. Okay, I guess. Develop our steel industry. Okay. So that's massively sticking steel into our production here, so we were not going to have a problem with that. Okay, keep shifting back to production. We're doing good on the upgrades, and we're doing good on the mobilization. Okay, no, we don't need war, not now. 6 months, you can. No, we don't need any. We don't need any rationing in this game. For America, activation of the merchant marine. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll lose, what is that? 1,000 in money. Okay, we got 6,000. put stuff in there, but nope, it just probably put it under the mat. The export of tungsten, no, not South Africa, sorry. You're not doing enough in the war we're trying to get our production. Okay, here we go. I think it was Plastic Gangster was asking about this in the game. Faulty Mark 14 torpedoes. The Mark 14 torpedo was designed in 1930 to serve the new United States fleet submarines. Included in its design was a top secret Mark 6 magnetic exploder. Unexpectedly, the Bureau of Ordnance, or inexplicably, the Bureau of Ordnance neglected to conduct a single live test fire. No, it's not inexplicable. I'll explain that in a moment. Live test fire of the new torpedo, a design flaw with the magnetic exploder which caused it to detonate prematurely, was revealed early during the war. The lead sub-commanders, against orders to make use of the backup contact exploder, which itself commonly failed to detonate on contact direct angle shots, meaning if it came if it came like a straight 90 degrees straight in, it wouldn't explode. A design flaw, the magnetic exploder, which would would detonate it prematurely, was revealed. Explode, which is hopefully get back. Furthermore, the torpedo ran 10 feet deeper than it was set and would sometimes run circular. That was fairly rare, I believe, the circular thing. At least one U.S. sub was lost to its own torpedo. Yeah, that's, I think there's only one that's clearly documented as such. The Mark 15 used used by surface ships suffered the same problems. This would lead to severe setbacks for the U.S.A. Early Pacific War, our submarines and escort vessels will lose some anti-shipping and combat power. Okay, why they didn't test? Basically budget reasons. Now they did, in development, test these features. And notice I said features, not the torpedoes. If I remember correctly, the depth gauge worked perfectly fine for a stationary torpedo. So if you tell it you want to run at 20 feet, it would be at 20 feet. The problem was, I think, if I remember correctly, the depth gauge was like put back towards the rear of the torpedo. And so when it's going through the water at a rate of speed, the pressure back there, if it was stationary just under the water, it would get the pressure and realize, oh yeah, I'm 20 feet under the water, that's where I'm supposed to be. But when it's moving through the water and it's at the back of the torpedo, there's actually sort of a low pressure zone, shall we say. So it would want to go down deeper and run approximately 10 feet deeper than anticipated. So if you had put the pressure gauge like up at the front of, or near the front of the torpedo, maybe not so much like at the nose, but just the front part of it, there wouldn't, because you don't want it right on the, the main front pressure going through the water, but near the front, there wouldn't have been this sort of negative pressure zone, or somewhat negative pressure zone that would have better judge it. So when you just put it in a tank of water, it would work just fine. The magnetic exploder, to my understanding again, worked just fine and was tested, I think in New Haven, Connecticut or somewhere like that, somewhere around here. Worked just fine here. But I saw Chinophil's channel, very, very good channel. And there's a weird sort of, and if you look, and they sort of did a global map like we see down here. And he showed, and at least at the time, showed different magnetic strengths, different magnetic fields around the Earth. And there's sort of, in this part of the world here, a much higher level of magnetic activity or something that, and the Japanese radios weren't as good as American radios, but the Japanese found their aircraft radios, because they're also, remember, everything on like a Zero and a lot of these other things are built to be lightweight, so they're sort of minimal building to them, so not as well shielded, found to be nearly useless. So if they weren't working off of a carrier, which you get close enough to a carrier, it would work, but they weren't very useful, and they were another bit of weight. So they would actually, if they were operating the Japanese Navy fighters, if they're operating land-based, they would remove the radios, because they didn't work very well, even for quick chats. So that's one thing that I didn't realize, that a lot of the planes, the dogfights are going on. There is no one in charge once they may plan the tactics out and train or whatever, but once they're in the fight, there's no one commanding the aerial fight. One, and two, there's no one even up there going to say, "Hey, Joe, there's somebody on your tail, break right." They weren't even necessarily communicating like that. So all these Japanese pilots, and if you're all bunch of great pilots and well trained and knowing each other and doing, are so in sync with each other, that's great. But once you start introducing new and untrained pilots to a system, they're going to not fly so well. And that's part of the problem. So if they didn't have radios in their planes because they didn't work so well, and it's because of this magnetic field. And also Drakchinophil heard this and thought maybe it wasn't so much the radio communication. They thought there was maybe language barriers or whatever between British and American, or Commonwealth and American stuff, that it may just be garbled messages coming over the radios because of this high level of magnetic interference to the radio systems. So, and British radios might not quite be as good as the American ones. That's why some of the miscommunications between various allied forces going on in the region too. So the magnetic exploders might have worked just fine up in Maine or Connecticut or wherever, but get down here, because of the different magnetic fields on the Earth, they wouldn't work well. Now, also, the contact detonator needed to be changed and fixed too, which eventually does happen. They eventually get all of these things happen, but at least we know it is. So there is a reason. Now, should they have tested? Had they tested up there and fired some of the? And the big problem is. The big problem is the guy who's in charge, or one of the guys who is either in charge or highly responsible for the development of this torpedo, ends up being put in charge of ComSub Pact, or whatever it was called at the time, Command Pacific, Submarine Command Pacific, basically, or what it is. And he trusts his torpedoes because he designed them, and so all of these submarine commanders are just making excuses for their poor performance, so he doesn't believe them. And it's finally they test the commander who's commanding down here in Australia or New Zealand or whatever, tests some of these things out and fires some of the torpedoes out, and then retrieves them afterwards, and that they hadn't detonated, and they just and fired them at like submarine nets and see where they went through, created the hole, and found this out and finally got through to whatever. So we have faulty marked torpedo, so we'll have a new effect here that will reduce our capabilities. So yes, we do have a thing here. We don't have a choice on that. No, we're not going to do scrap metal. We'll take another veteran unit. Okay, small warship armament. Just grayed out, fine. No, we're talking about green tea. Okay, I only realized. Not much of a tea drinker, Earl Grey or something. ComSub Pact, part of SingPac. Pacific, yes, but he was specifically the submarine commander, and he knew that his thing worked good because he was an expert in it and knew that it worked good. And yes, but it worked good in the limited testing that they did, but they didn't do. Had they, the one testing that they could, well, the two testings that they could have found out up there would be, one, the impact detonator wasn't working right, and two, the depth wasn't running right. what they couldn't have tested in New England, I don't think, is the magnetic detonator. The whole idea of the magnetic detonator is they found if you slam a torpedo into the side of a ship, it makes a hole in it. And yeah, that's not good for the ship, but how big a problem is it? A lot of battleships, and I think even some carriers, actually had bulges put on the sides of a great part of the ship that was a void space, meaning, you know, just air in there. And so it's got to be a pretty damn powerful torpedo to, and it wasn't so much armor, it was just their sort of like space armor to detonate. And yeah, maybe it might even enough explosion to crack the main hole. And that just means there's a section of leakiness, you know, and I mean, you know, water gushing in, but you can pump it out maybe as fast as it's coming in because it's maybe not a huge hole. And of course, you can just seal up maybe, you know, a watertight section around it. Now, what would also happen is that void space would start filling to water, so the ship would start to list over to that side. So they just flood the other side to balance it out and keep going. So you're slower because you're having more mass because there's water inside of the ship more and whatnot. So it's not a good thing, but it doesn't sink the ship. But even if you don't have one of the torpedo bulges, and even if you're not armored, you're still just like if you're like a Liberty ship. They had several holes that I believe that were the different holes. They were watertight compartments. So you slam a torpedo into it, and you're going, oh, yeah. We just lost a watertight compartment, and all the, you know, potatoes or whatever in there are all ruined, you know, or whatever it might be, because they've got flooded with salt water. Oh, well, let's keep going. And you go to Britain, you know, or wherever it is you're landing, because you just had you have a big hole in the side of your ship, and it's just one part flooded, and you just keep going. You might have to go at half speed. It might not work so well. But one compartment, now if you hit it right at the right space and crack into two watertight compartments, that might be enough to actually flood the vessel to sink it. Well, they found in World War I that if you send a torpedo under the ship, not touching the ship, but under the ship, and explode it, you can break the back and literally break the ship in two. The shockwave through the water would actually do more damage than you would if you just did the explosion into the ship. And so you could, you know, one torpedo could take out a battleship or a carrier if you get underneath it and hit it with a, you know, it still needs a big enough torpedo. So like an air-launched torpedo wouldn't have been big enough to do, you know, a big capital ship like that. But so that's why they did the magnetic ones, because they didn't want to actually touch the ship. They wanted to go under it and break its back. But they found that obviously that wasn't working in most cases. And what they would often, you know, and so the magnetic, we got a bunch of stuff. Okay. Magnetic detonators. President, we can report that we've managed to sink. Okay, so we've sunk something out here even with our, okay, let's see. Okay, steady for, yeah, we'll take this. Lose a little bit of supply, redirect manpower, no. Synthetic plant, home front, day of infamy. Oh, we can do day of infamy. Okay, gain unity. Well, we good on unity. Lose neutrality, gain 500 manpower. Okay, good. National manpower, we're going to do that. I'm pretending that Japan attacked us, I guess. We're going to requisition small because we're pretty good with ships, but we'll do that just to make sure because we may need some more. Home front. Yes, we want to do this. So national revolt risk is down even more. Energy is up by 50%. Money down by 15%. Consumer goods during wartime down by 1%. We'll gain some other stuff, and we'll gain. Oh, damn! We should have done this in a different order. If we'd done this first, because we would have lost our whatnot. You know, we don't need the fuel from. We have plenty of fuel. Don't need the fuel from the Philippines. Leave it there for now. They may have more than they need, but we're going to do that. We have, okay, these guys are moving that way to confront the Japanese. Okay, Plastic Gangster. Thanks for being here. See ya next time, whenever that is. Okay, National Labor Board. The National War Labor Board was a United States federal agency created in two different incarnations. First by the President Woodrow Wilson from 1918 to 1919 during World War I, and second by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1942-45 during World War II. You really have to, I mean, we keep saying December 1941, yes, that's when the war does break out, but everything really is happening functionally is because you got Christmas, and people are the guys up at the front, the guys in Hawaii, the guys in the Philippines, places. Yeah, the war started for them, but in California, it's sort of like, oh well, we might have to start worrying about war soon, because there was, sort of a maybe emotional panic, but no real panic. Institutionally, that America was going to be attacked. So it's like, yeah, we can do this after Christmas kind of thing. So it's a lot of times things really are getting put in place in February, as we're seeing here, and in 42. So that's when, for America, really the war is getting in. So you got to think of things happening in 42, not 41. In both cases, the board's purpose was to arbitrate disputes between workers and employers in order to ensure labor reliability and productivity during the war. The board was reestablished by President Roosevelt in January under the chairmanship of William Hemmet Davis. It became a tripartite body and was charged with acting as an arbitration tribunal in labor management dispute cases, thereby preventing work stoppages, which did happen, but we'll get to some of those later on, which might hinder the war effort. It administered wage controls in national industries such as automobiles, shipping, railways, airlines, telegraph lines, mining. The board was originally divided into 12 regional administration boards, which handled both labor disputes and settlement, wage stabilization functions, specific geographic regions. National board further decentralized in 43 when it established special tripartite commissions panels to deal with specific industries on a national basis. It ceased operation in December 31, 1945, some 4 months after the wars closed. Labor disputes were thereby handled by the National Labor Relations Board, originally set up in 1935. Okay, let's see, comments. Earlier on I was asked at the beginning of this stream, do I like planned economies in essence, or government, managed economies or whatever, or do I like laissez-faire stuff? Generally speaking, market forces are good. But this is a special case because not just, oh, you're at war, so you get government control. I mean, there is an element of that. But you're also what you're doing here and why you need, I can rail against a lot of the bad policies of the, New Deal and the, dealing with the Great Depression, and I do, and I think a lot of them are destructive more than helping. Some help, but a lot of them are destructive, much more than helping. But what you have going here is you're sucking out the natural labor pool, and you're also pulling out a lot of the particular talents from the labor pool into military or government service, basically being drafted. And you're also, at the exact same moment, trying to ramp up production with certain levels of skilled operation. Now, normally a machine operator in America is much less skilled than a machine operator in Germany, because in Germany they train I'm a machine operator, like a machinist, a guy who's running a lathe, or a guy who's running, a milling machine or a stamping machine. They're training him to be a good machinist. Where before the war, and especially during the war, they're not doing that in America. What they're doing is they're having a trained machinist who's just as good or better or whatever than the best German machinist. They're having this guy in this factory who knows how to work all these machines, knows how to do all these complicated tasks. Train a group, now I have women shown here, but train a group of people to do one particular task. You grab the thing here, you set the piece of metal here. You clamp it this way. You grab the tool, the handle here, and you pull it down here, and you go, and you'll see it drill through or machine out a thing. And then you pull it back up, and then you undo it, and then you put it in this tray. So you're training somebody to do a specific task. And so, unlike the Germans who would, do 40, take 40 items, make 40 cuts on it, reconfigure the machine and make the same item, make 40 different cuts on it, on the same cut on 40 different pieces, and keep reconfiguring the machine and machining out this, thing that would go on a ship, a submarine, a tank, an aircraft, whatever. Now, maybe not quite as inefficient as that, but he would know how to do all this stuff and know how to set up the machine, and reset up the machine and reset up the machine again, where they just wanted to set up, and you're going to make this widget, and you're going to just make this one part of this widget, and we're going to have enough machines lined up here, so if you have to do 10 cuts or 10 machining processes on this one piece of thing, we have 10 machines. And you hand it to the first person, they put it in the tray, and then it gets shifted to the next thing or whatever. So whether the machines are in a line or there's 10 different rooms, because you have a room full of machines all doing the same cut, and then move to the different rooms or whatever, however it's set up in something of a factory line progression. So you train somebody just to do this one thing, and they know how they can, not that they're smart and can't figure things out, but you just take an inexperienced worker and train them to do one task correctly, precisely, because the quality is maybe not quite up to the highest German quality of manufacturing, because they're some of the highest standards, but nearly so. And definitely good enough for most war machines, whether they're flying or driving or shooting artillery pieces, so that they're accurate. And where they need to be accurate in a gun sight or a gun barrel, those things are accurate. Where other things can be slightly a little more wiggle room in a vehicle that doesn't really matter. Not quite as worried about it as the Germans. So they do this. So they can train up more people more efficiently to do something very well. And so somebody who was a high-skilled machinist would probably, if he tried to join the Army or the Navy or the Air Force, probably be turned down, unless they needed a few of those, like to go, to test torpedoes or work on, wanting a few people in there. But even then, they might still turn them down, but take them for, a civilian worker in one of these factories if they wanted to do, if they wanted somebody of that high skill. So they would intentionally not take some of these true high-skilled personnel who may want to go fight the war because they're patriotic and want to go do their duty because their brother died in the war or whatever, for whatever it is. Nope, you've got to stay back because you're training all these other people. So America is able to ramp up all of these people to do this stuff, but you're all talking about the same labor pool that's going into the war naturally and naturally doing these different things. So if they allowed the market forces, and I do watch some of TIK stuff, sorry if again, hey Lawless, said hi to you in one of the videos earlier, but good to have you here now. So if you're doing and I like TIK's basic philosophy, but it takes it a bit far in my opinion. Let the market decides, and if you market it out, you know how much they're willing to pay, and that'll figure out what you're going to do. But if you do that here, because you're taking out so much of the normal manpower, it would drive labor costs up because you would be competing, come to work here, come to work here, come to work here, wherever, it is, in an aircraft factory, machine gun factory. And they would all be competing for this labor, and they would be competing by offering higher salaries. Or better working conditions, like less working hours. And they don't want less working hours. They want people to work, say, 10 hours a week, 5 days a week, instead of 8 hours a week. And they want to keep everybody going on. And so the wartime poster of the girl flexing her bicep. Yep, there's definitely that. And so part of course, part of what they're going to replace the natural male workers with female workers. Now, you can look at it, and I will say, if you look at it really, we are having a demographics crisis in the industrialized world. And I say it that way because this does happen in Asian countries, particularly China. They're having a population crisis because of their, for a few generations, one child only, and everyone wanted a male child. So there's not enough women around. So that definitely made a lot of worker bees, but not enough reproduction bees. It is best for most women, if you want to maintain a society, it is best for most women to not work industrially, but to have and raise children. So because the left, and I know I get political on this channel, and I will, the left, like The Handmaid's Tale. No, I've never watched it, but I see that there was some sort of disaster. Only a few women are able to breed, and they're forced to breed. Well, they're doing that, and it's the Democrats, the left, that's really pushing this, women in the workforce. They're creating themselves the Handmaid's Tale by, most women should go spend days in offices and factories and work and not breed. So the few that do breed need to breed more children to replace your society, unless they're truly just trying to reduce the population, which may be a eugenics thing, but they don't normally say that. So they're creating their own sort of limited number. So it is bad. Now, that doesn't mean the opposite is true, as meaning women should not be allowed to work in industry. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what is best. It's best that most women don't spend a career working in, whether it's in a factory or in a word processing, sitting at a desk, whatever the work type is. It is best that women don't spend a career doing this 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. It is best that they don't do this. That doesn't mean they shouldn't work at all. You can work part-time. You can work 4 hours a day while your children are at school. Go get a job that can be a 4 hour a day job or a 6 hour a day job. I'm not saying they can't have a job or they shouldn't have a job, but they shouldn't be a careerist in a thing like this. Working in this. One for the Army, two for the Navy, one for the Navy. Yeah, okay, I'm not quite getting that. But so the idea for society, it's not that women shouldn't be allowed, and it's if some woman really wants to, but they're really pushing that this is what women should do, and somehow maybe find time to have babies and whatever. So there's a difference between what they should do and shouldn't do, and what they should be allowed to do and wouldn't be allowed to do. So I notice nothing I'm saying that women shouldn't be allowed to do these things, but they shouldn't be encouraged, because we don't need that many workers in factories nowadays. But during this special time when you're drawing the overwhelming number of 18 to 30, the 20 plus years of males, if you're getting over 30, they really don't want you joining the Army unless you have a special skill. Get those people out of the workforce, a good huge percentage of them. Unless you're doing that, and those are going to be presumably for a limited time period, duration of the war, and the war won't be forever. Unless you're doing that, it is not good to do this, in my opinion, as a thing. So yes, we're getting political here. More energy. Okay, so we're gonna have unlimited amounts of this stuff. So no, we don't need this. Creation of the United Services Organization. Oh boy, a lot of talking here. This is going on. Go to bed. Yeah, Star Trek. But it's not just, it's raising the children. It's not just simply having the children. Okay. Historically, the United Service Organization, Inc., U.S.A. show, is a nonprofit organization that provides programs, services, and live entertainments to the United States troops and their families. Although congressionally chartered, it is not a government agency. U.S.A. was founded in 1941 as a response to a request from President Franklin to provide morale and recreation services to U.S. uniformed military personnel. Roosevelt was elected as its honorary chairman. This request brought together 6 civilian organizations: the Salvation Army, which is a religious organization, if you don't realize, Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA, which I don't think is Christian anymore, Young Women's Christian Association, YWCA, National Catholic Community Service, again a religious organization, National Travelers Aid Association, which I don't think has a religious, but maybe it does, I don't know, National Jewish Welfare Board. They were brought together under one umbrella to support U.S. troops. Roosevelt, okay, you keep saying U.S. troops, but they mean U.S. servicemen because they include the Navy as much, which aren't troops. Roosevelt said he wanted these private organizations to handle on-leave recreations of the men in the armed forces. According to historian Emily Yellen, the government was to build the buildings. The U.S.A. was to raise the private funds to carry out the main mission, boosting the morale of the military. So yes, okay, so we will spend the money and do that. And a veteran, yes, we'll do this. And we're going to save here, because I don't want another pop-up to happen because there's too many. And my throat is giving out. So Donald Duck, go Navy, yes. Yeah, well, I'm not talking even about the Nazi Germany level of programs for motherhood or anything like that. I'm just talking about what is best to maintain a society. You want a replacement population. America, the country, is not overpopulated, but you don't, and I think some people do want it, but you don't want to do it by, and I'm going to say this, and it's because some other nut job racist people you don't want to have the replacements, because you know they will not replace us bullshit. That's not the point, and it's not that way. You don't want the next generation of citizens to be foreigners coming in. See, that's where you want to have your replacement population come out of your own population. It's nothing to do with skin color. It's you don't want to go, oh well, hey, everyone should come here and not have children and live here and then die and we import new people and just keep importing new people and keep importing new people. No, the point is to have children for future generations, because it gets into a lot of metaphysical. What is the point of being here? Why doing this? What good does humanity serve? You can get into all these kinds of questions. But let's presume that humanity is a thing and we want it to go on. I know there's Mr. Scotty, there's no intelligent life down here on Earth and whatever. Yeah, I know we joke about it, but we really do want to have future generations. Most of us do. I know there's some nut jobs out there that don't, and some of the, when I say nut jobs, I mean people that are elected to offices and whatever, and they really want to have huge population decreases. And I think these people, at least mostly, aren't racially motivated, but why do you think they're so worried about Planned Parenthood? I think they do it because they want population decreases, and I think they want population decreases of poor people too. They don't want to say it, but I think they want it. So yeah, so you want to have a stable society. At least I want a stable society, and to do so, you need to have motherhood, not just birthing people who birth out a person. You don't want Logan's Run. I don't know, great movie. Got the idea, but most women don't want to do this. Maybe more would if they were encouraged to have. more, but what Beam Slam is, they've been encouraged not to do so. They've been encouraged that they should have a career. They've been indoctrinated. I'm not talking about forcing any single person. I have not suggested a program that specifically rewards somebody. I have just said that it is best for society, best for humanity, if women raise children. And it is not just wanting, and I get to the Logan's Run thing, is where in that thing, it, at least in, because I've never read the book, but the movie, it's not clear whether, I mean, basically somehow these are artificially, and maybe even clones, but children, you know, test tube type babies, as they used to call them, you know, babies grown outside of the womb, but, you know, genetically done, and then raised in a, you know, orphanage type situation is what maybe they want humanity to replace as, so that the state controls who the teachers are, and parents, each generation is entirely disconnected from their parents. I think that is bad, because I think it is unnatural, and unnatural things are bad. And they want to talk about natural food and organic this, but they don't want organic humanity, which is a scary, scary thought. But it is as eugenics and population control, maybe not for the same reasons, but with the same effects that the Nazis have. And that is sort of the scary thing with that. And you got to be really, really careful with these people. Really, really carefully. Well, my voice is giving out. Okay, and I do have a sore throat just from talking here. Tomorrow we will be playing War Thunder, starting at the an hour later than normal. We're sort of moving Sundays back an hour later than normal. So instead of 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, it'll be 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So, but still going for about 4 hours. So if you want to join, hopefully Starstreak and Arno and myself and others actually either watching or playing with us, I hope you'll come over and join for that. And I will be streaming some days for Slytherin next week, and then of course next weekend I'll be back. So thank you, everyone. Free education, free children, free healthcare. You'd think it encouraged people to have kids, but it doesn't, as demonstrated in Scandinavia. Yeah, and it's a there's a lot of deep stuff there, and it's not just free this or free that. But okay, thanks everyone. See you next time. Really do appreciate all you guys hanging out with me. I don't care if you disagree with me. I still love to have you here. So thanks everyone.